Hi everybody, how you doing? I'm Pabs, the rising VTuber and artist, and today we're going to be doing an art fight piece. Now, this is probably going to be the penultimate art fight piece I do. July is closing out. It's the passage of time, it happens, you know. It's not a tragic thing, it's not necessarily a bad thing. I will miss this event though. It's always interesting seeing what kind of characters people come up with. Although I have been running out of, characters that I found, beforehand. Usually what I do near the beginning of the month is actually that I kind of collect characters that I want to do first, and then, kind of as the month goes out, I kind of tick them off a list, if you will. I found that it works pretty well for me, that system. But, this time I actually struggled to find enough. I don't know how to put it. It's become more difficult to find characters that I want to do art attacks of. Back when I first started, I used to just pick whatever and go for it. But now that I'm live streaming it, it feels more like I have to make sure that I have fun drawing it. And I have had a lot of fun drawing the ones that I've chosen this year around. I think they've been all uniquely challenging in different ways. So I'm happy that I took this opportunity. I know this preamble is a bit longer than usual, but I forgot that I didn't post the live now notices on Twitter and Tumblr, so I kind of had to do that now. That's right, it was all a deception, a ruse. Yeah, no. Also, I switched around some of my desktop setup because I noticed that in the Valhalla stream at least, the audio for the microphone came out a little strange. Maybe I just need to put it closer. Sorry, I know that was probably way too loud. But I had to do that bit. I felt like I had to, at least. In any case, we can head on over to the working station. So let's go do that. Whee! Okay, yeah, there we go. Gotta show off the Team Bloom spirit. There we go. Cut off right at the. Do I have knees? I don't know if I have knees. I don't know. My legs bend, but I don't know if I have knees. It's like when somebody asks me if I have bones. Alright? I don't fucking know if I have bones. Alright? That's not my business. It's not my business to know if I've got bones. Anyway, this is the character that we'll be doing today. His name is Sugar, and they are made by an artist called Sugaryu. Very cool design. I know Toast did my friend Toast, Toaster Pop, on Twitch. That is Toaster Pop with, I'm pretty sure, both of the O's as zeros. My friend Toaster Pop did this guy as well, and I really like the design, so I put him down on my list as well. So let's get to it. Right. So I kind of figured he would be kind of almost in this kind of leaned down pose. So I figured kind of something like this would be good. He's also a very thin young man, or zombie. A very thin zombie. Okay, so... Yeah, I don't see this character being as particularly muscular, at least I don't think. There we go, kind of around there, maybe? A little bit thicker on the legs, I think. Yeah, decently long legs, I think. Why is it moving like that? I don't know. The 3D models get kind of weird if they're sitting down, I suppose. Okay, what about... Okay, so... I'm trying to figure out a good angle for this, because I like this kind of topside angle, but I also kind of want to do almost like a angle where he's kind of going through whatever's in his backpack. I can see a Polaroid in there, a busted phone, what appears to be a bloody butcher's knife. That's interesting. It's the triple tap. You got your phone, you got your Polaroid, and you got your butcher's knife with the cute little charms on it. It's a triple deal. It's a triple tab. You never leave home without them. Yeah, forget your keys, wallet, phone, whatever. That's not important. That's not what it's about at the end of the day. All right, and if anybody tries to tell you different, they're lying. Okay. I do wonder if I might be better off, like... Okay, let me think here. Okay, I think I've got an idea for a pose. Okay, so... Okay, what about, like, head kind of tilted towards this way? Alright. You know, making sure that he's looking up at the viewer. Let me get this person's pronouns real quick. Okay, okay, pronouns are he, him, I think. I am pretty confident in that. Alright, so cool. Good to know. You know, it's one thing if it's a character, but it's another thing if it's like a person's sona. Okay, and then what we're gonna have is this arm here is gonna be almost like this. That doesn't seem healthy for the shoulder. Is that just because like I made the arm a little too thin? I don't know. I gotta fix that up. Hang on. We're doing this manually. Okay. Come on, bud. Cooperate, dang you. Okay. Whoops. Alright, and then we can also move the arm a little bit, although we've kind of already got that as high up as it can go. Okay. And that's gonna kind of come in like this. I don't know that there's a specific pose for holding a Polaroid. I don't think that comes in the standard settings, so to speak. Okay, let me try this. But yeah, the idea is that he's kind of holding the Polaroid in the hand here. Actually, if that's the case, then it's probably best if I like hold the hand. Oops, didn't mean to jerk him like that. It's probably for the best that I hold the hand almost like... Hang on, I'm trying to figure this out. There we go. Okay, raise that up. There we go. Yeah, because I made his arms and everything so thin, it feels weird to have... What is wrong with his leg right here? You good there, Chief? You okay? Okay, I'm gonna undo it if it goes like super wonky, but like what is up with that leg? Oh boy. Okay. Okay, no, so it is just kind of bent out of shape, you know, purely because that's how you get the pose, but like that's still... This is a physically possible pose. I wouldn't say this is like impossible by any stretch of the imagination. What I am saying is that like because it looks like somebody twisted this to kind of separate it like a sausage that is a little bit disturbing. That's all. Anyway, let's try to look for a hand pose that we can use with the what do we call the Polaroid. Grab a can. Nah. Hold a pen case? Oh, that might be good. Okay, what about instead of that? Okay, so maybe going back to maybe almost like a third plan. What about, okay, Polaroids are kind of have this handle here, right? So what if it's just kind of like lazily, kind of like lifted up here? Hang on. Come on, bud. Just bring your shoulder up, right? That's it, that's it. Okay, now. Good, good. Okay, I think this might be it. Okay, I think that's probably gonna be the pose. All right. Okay, so we'll shrink this part here down so that we can have an easy access to it. Then from there, lower the opacity of the model a little bit. Ooh, crunchy wrists. Very crunchy wrists. Yeah. For some reason, my wrists have been... Not even my wrist, but like my entire hand has been kind of sore. It's not like the kind of like sore that comes from like overuse of my wrist. Like, I remember how I felt like back in October. I remember that for Drawtober, I actually started getting a little bit of wrist pain because of how much I was drawing every day. Yeah, drawing every day will somehow... Oops. Yeah, it'll do that to your wrist a little bit. Just a little bit, though. And, you know, I was concerned about that, but, like, because I took a nice little break after the end of... after October was over. October was October. It healed up pretty good, and it didn't bother me after that because, you know, I like to think that I pace myself pretty well on these streams. You know, not too many art streams at once. Yeah, I don't moonlight as a bartender for the money. I moonlight as a bartender because I gotta... Yeah, you moonlight as a bartender because you need the money. I moonlight as a bartender because otherwise my wrists will snap, crackle, pop. We are not the same. Okay, so very like... Okay, so... Interesting hair. So... in the middle here, we've got like this swallowtail design. Need to switch over to the vector eraser here. Yeah, I don't know why, but I always call like whenever they end in like these like two parts here, like that, I always call that a swallowtail, even though I know that it'll realistically look more like this or like this. I mean, that's pretty close, right? And I could also call it like that one cut of steak that looks like it, but I don't know, I don't remember what that cut of steak sounds like. Maybe it's like a rib part? I don't know. I'm not... Believe it or not, for as much as I love meat, I'm actually not too familiar with the terminology used in cuts of steak. Yeah. It also doesn't help that when I'm shopping for steak, I just buy whatever's cheapest and then just beat it with a meat tenderizer until it becomes soft enough to like chew. Yeah, I have a very unique method when it comes to eating steak where I just, you know, I recognize that a supermarket steak, no matter how rich or expensive it might be, I know that a supermarket steak will never be like... It'll never be like one of those experiences where you don't want to like put in sauce, you don't want to put in salt or anything, so you can just kind of like taste the flavor of the meat. That's not going to be... You're not going to find that at a supermarket. I'm sorry to say, but like that's just how it is. Oh, cool, painted nails. However, what you can find at a supermarket is decently cheap cuts of meat that are actually like fairly red meat. By which I mean that they are meat... They're meat that has had a lot of work during the animal's life, so like the leg muscles and such. Those actually have quite a bit of flavor in them, even though they are very hard. So what you do is, first of all, you tenderize the hell out of the steak when you get home, alright? First thing is, you get it out of the package, you get it out of that weird little plastic container thing, and then you just get it on a chopping board and you just beat the hell out of it with a hammer. Or, you know, with your hands if you want. I found that using the meat tenderizer is much more effective than just beating it with my bare hands. Believe it or not, I have tried just punching meat until it gets softer, but believe it or not, that doesn't work. I don't know why I expected it to work, but I figured, like, you know, if you hit it with a mallet, that's still like hitting it, right? I feel like there is like a twisted sort of internal logic that I had there. In that, if I hit the meat with a hammer, logically speaking, it should also be softened by my punches, my mighty fists. Turns out that was not the case. However, I still got the meat tenderizer in the end, so you know it all works out. You know, it's you got to get the right tools for the right job. In any case, that tangent aside, you know, after you tenderize it, you have to marinate it. All right, like I said, you're not looking for, you know, the flavor of the meat, the flavor of the ingredients, or whatever the fuck, you know, bougie restaurants that charge you like $50 for a steak tell you. Now, what you want to do is you want to load it up with like salt, fats, and like sweets, like not necessarily candy, you know, actually not candy ever. Don't marinate your steak with candy. That is something straight out of that Elf movie, and it sounds awful. But you know, like Coke, salt, maybe a little bit of brown sugar. Maybe no acid though. Don't use anything too acidic, otherwise that's gonna start hardening the meat. Honey though, honey is top notch. Honey is very good. Honey softens meat very good, very well, almost as good as pineapple does. I think pineapple softens meat to some extent, but because it's still very acidic, it will still cook the meat a little bit. So be cautious when using a lot of pineapple. Of course, it's not like I have access to pineapple juice or anything, so I don't really take that into consideration. Soy sauce is another choice condiment for me. You know, soy sauce, Coke, salt, pepper, garlic powder for sure. I know that you can make a pretty decent, like, bulgogi style kind of marinade if you mix sesame oil and some onion powder along with like honey. I think the book said to use like pear shavings. I think I didn't do that. I just threw in a cup of a can of cola. Some other stuff too. I forget. I don't have the book handy. It's been a while since I marinated a steak. I've been kind of cautious of getting them because I get all my groceries online nowadays. And because of that, you have to measure the amount of meat you want in grams. Coke? Yeah, Coca-Cola. Yeah, you use Coca-Cola to soften stuff. Oh man, Luca, if you have never used Coke in a meat dish, you have something to experience because... Alright, so my recommendation for Coke, don't use it on chicken. Don't use it on chicken, always use it on pork, on beef, not on fish either, maybe. Probably not on fish, but I've never tried using Coke on fish, but I can tell you for certain that on pork and on beef, top-notch stuff. Yeah, my ma used to make this thing called like cerditos en el espacio, which translates to pigs in space. And you do that by essentially just throwing, you know, you fry up some pork with some spices, you know, whatever you will like, you know, garlic, onion, chili powder might be good. Please don't use Coke on fish. Okay, Bunny, I won't. But you know, I've got a couple of cans of tuna lying around. Oh, speaking of... No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do that to myself. I'm not going to disrespect the fish by doing them dirty like that. Anyway. Do not. Okay. Alright, fine. I'll just get mercury poisoning from the tuna like an average honest man. Anyway. Speaking of weird stuff you can do with what's it called? Also, hi, Luca. Hi, Bunny. Anyway, speaking of weird stuff related to soft drinks, recently at a pharmacy that I used to get like day-to-day supplies and such, I found out that they are selling these very obviously off-brand sodas, like these 2 liters of what are very clearly like, I don't know how to put this, like they are the most off-brand sodas you have ever seen in your life. They're called Big 8. And I don't know how to describe it. Like, it feels like somehow it was mass-produced by it falling off of the back of a truck. I don't know how else to describe it. Like, the drinks themselves are fine, but like their whole... Everything about them feels shady as fuck. Okay, here we go. Here's a Polaroid. Anyway, I got myself a couple of things from that. I did succumb to the fantastic savings and deals on it. It was 98 cents for a 2 liter. I mean, you can't not take that. Not in this economy. Stop moving. Please stop moving me around. Anyway, I took the opportunity to buy myself some soda water and this thing called Golden Ale. Now, I have no idea what in the super fuck Golden Ale is supposed to be. Like, I saw it like right next to the root beer, and I thought to myself, hey, that sounds interesting, maybe I should try some of that. And I don't know how to describe the flavor succinctly. So, the best way I can describe it is like, if you left... Like, you know how if you leave... Oh, hey, this one's a better reference image. You know how, like, if you leave a, say, an M&M or like a gummy bear on a wet surface or like inside of water or something like that, it'll eventually begin to slowly dissolve and like the water will take on its color and like some of the sugary taste. It tastes exactly like that, but like almost like honey like. I don't know. It's really beyond description. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know what golden ale is. I don't know why they call it that. My guess is that it's like root beer, but like, you know how the difference between mead and beer is that mead has honey in it? I think it's a similar deal. I think this is just like root beer, but instead of whatever roots they used, they also used honey. Very weird soda, but I found myself captivated by it. It's not bad, it's not bad. I wouldn't get it again. Like, this was 100% a one-time kind of purchase on this golden ale stuff, but very interesting flavor. I would not say no to a mug of it. That being said, I don't know how many people in chat are weirded out by soda water. I like soda water. I really do. Like, I actually enjoy soda water without irony, without mixing it with anything. I just like drinking soda water. And I understand that that's actually kind of... I've heard that that's kind of weird. It's not sparkling water, it's soda water. I don't know how to describe it. Like, sparkling water and soda water are not the same thing, alright? I refuse to humor that notion. Okay, let's see, kind of around here. I gotta get this just right so like the finger will be on the button. But also so that it doesn't cover the face. I could like... Okay, I could lower the hand a little bit. The problem is that the idea was that this is supposed to cover the eye. Okay, we'll put aside what we've got going for now. What about if I raise the shoulder a little? Don't paw at me. Okay. Oh wait, hang on. Genius moment. I could just do it on the other eye. Okay, here's how we do it. Like nya. Yeah, exactly like nya. Alright. But yeah. Like I said, I like soda water. It's like the thinking man's sparkling water. Alright, I don't know what better way to explain it. Okay. How much of this is it gonna cover up? Okay, I'm gonna need to move the entire hand over here. That's unfortunate, but it happens. But yeah, the way that I got into soda water in the first place is super weird. Back where I used to live, there was this like knockoff Costco. That's rude. That's disrespectful. It was like a warehouse store, you know. It's like they sell stuff in huge boxes, or they don't sell it at all. It's that kind of place. They didn't have Costco's where I used to live. They just had this place, and they used to have a lot of like domestic branded stuff, which is to say they had like these domestically made boxes of not root beer. I didn't like root beer at the time. I've come to like root beer. I didn't like it at first, but I like it now. Ginger ale, that's what I drank. I used to drink ginger ale all the time for some reason. Actually, no, that's not inexplicable. Ginger ale is good. I still like ginger ale, but I used to drink it like a lot as a kid. Anyway, this place used to sell them in these huge boxes. So my parents, you know, they doing the reasonable thing, they would just get me this huge box of cheap ginger ale instead of like me buying one every time I wanted one. So that way it would like save us a trip to the store, or like it would save us like money, which is a great idea. I love them. I enjoyed my ginger ale. But one time we got the boxes mixed up. Like what happened is I think we bought a whole box of canned soda water instead of the ginger ale. And at first I was like, obviously I was not happy. I wasn't super jazzed about having to drink soda water all the time, but I tried it a couple times and I'm like, okay, I can kind of see what they were going for here. You know, I can kind of see the appeal. Anyway, after that I just started drinking it pretty regularly, and it became another thing that I just drink sometimes. Yeah, I don't even like the carbonation. It's just got like this nice kind of odd bitterness that normal water doesn't have. It's like I'm not huge on carbonation, so to speak. All right, I don't really enjoy super carbonated drinks. Isn't that just seltzer water? Yeah, probably. I think it might be seltzer water. I don't know what seltzer water is. I haven't drank seltzer water before. All I've drank is soda water. But if it sounds like that's what it is, it probably has more similarities than differences. Okay, I should probably draw this hair here until I should just wait until after I've drawn the hand here. Okay, I'm assuming that this is just a normal t-shirt under there. So, okay, so this is just gonna kind of be like a nice thin wrist. Yeah, I don't draw a lot of my characters like super thin. It's sparkling water but plain, so just water, not sparkling water, which is usually flavored. Huh. Sparsely. Yeah. I remember I remember people used to dunk on friggin' I forgot the name of the brand, but it was like a sparkling water brand. Like I said, soda water is kind of like the thinking man's sparkling water because it doesn't have any like fancy branding. It doesn't have any flavoring or anything. It's just water with carbonation. La Croix, that's the bastard. That's the one. Thank you, Bunny. That was gonna bug me the whole day. Okay, so La Croix. I remember that people used to make fun of that all the time because I remember this distinctly because it's one of the funniest things I've ever read. Somebody said that La Croix the La Croix flavoring tasted like somebody thinking really hard about fruit right next to you. So no like, or like they showed this picture of like fruit getting thrown through a curtain of water for some reason. I assume it was like from an advertisement or something, and they said that this is how they flavored La Croix. Bangers, each and every one of those jokes. But yeah, I remember those distinctly. There we go. Yeah, but yeah, La Croix, that was gonna bug me forever. Thank you so much for getting that. I feel like that should be a side hustle in this economy. My favorite is someone describing it like having leftover juice in your cup then using the cup for water. That's too strong, though. That's too strong. Like, I tend to not really rinse out. Okay, so at work, I drink out of this mug. It's one that I bring in from home. I keep it in my bag, and I don't really rinse it out after I drank coffee out of it because I just like having that very slight coffee flavor to the water whenever I drink from it next time. Which is probably a little weird, but I like it, alright? I like the flavor. But I will tell you with confidence, that has much more flavor than La Croix water. That being said, I do have a small soft spot for a very specific brand of flavored water that is sold near where I live. It's not like they actually juice you with some pretty good like fruit flavor. All right, they don't go like halfway. They don't go easy on you. All right, they really give you the good stuff. So I'm quite fond of it if I'm feeling fancy or if I just want something that's sweet but like not a soda. Yeah, that is the one brand of sparkling water that I respect. I remember I also tried to drink like a Perrier one time, and it was okay. I didn't like it too much, but it was okay. No, I wasn't impressed. I think that's the best way to put it. I wasn't impressed by Perrier. God, I remember seeing this TikTok of a dude who went into a CVS and just gave like a small rundown of all the bottled water he could find. He had like this weird German accent, I think, some kind of European accent. I'm pretty sure it was German, but he basically went into a CVS pharmacy and rated every single water bottle. Not every single one, but a lot of them. He kind of glossed over the different shelves of water for sale in the CVS, and he was like, "Yep, this one's good. No, Poland Spring garbage. Poland Spring pretty good." No, I think he actually had something favorable to say about Poland Spring, but yeah, that was basically what he did. He just went through them, kind of like giving his head nod or head shake, kind of at each bottle. Because the thing is, right, with spring water, you don't always get proper spring water with that. You know, sometimes you get the brand, and he really hates those. Or you know, if a brand just says, "Oh yeah, it's spring water," but it's not, it's actually bad water, he'll be like, "Yeah, no, this crap is no better than tap water," or something like that. I respect that guy a lot, not because I actually like his content, but actually no, that's a lie. I kind of enjoy the video. I don't follow him or anything, but I respect that guy because he found his passion. All right. I really admire people who can just put their all into knowing about one singular subject. I'm a very fickle guy, so I try to multi-branch into different areas of knowledge. I mean, you guys have probably been watching this long enough to know that I love my trivia. So, you know, when I find somebody who just has a wellspring, pun intended, of knowledge about, like, water, for example, I am deeply impressed. Yeah. I'm what you'd call a jack of all trades when it comes to trivia knowledge. I know a little bit about most stuff. I have approximate knowledge of many things. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say, I hope I'm not covering the lens of this finger, but I forgot that the lens is like way over here. I think my parents or my brother had one of these. I remember it was on. No, it was definitely my brother who had one of these. I think my parents have one as well, but my brother definitely had one of these. Or I think it might have also been one of those like older Polaroids. You know, the ones that are actually kind of how do I put this, like triangular, like these. He just had one on like his nightstand as a decoration. I don't think it ever actually held film within it, but it was still a cool thing. You know, they don't make them like that anymore. They don't make stuff. Like, how do I put this? They don't make futuristic things look futuristic anymore. I think a lot of it has to do with Apple essentially turning their phones into a fashion accessory. You know, I think that's partially to blame on for the culture of it. But I've noticed a lot more that stuff like electronics and everything kind of focuses, and this is probably not just because of this minimalist idealism, this ideation of minimalism, I should say, but I think it might also be a cost thing, because, you know, if you make a very, how do I put this, like, if you make a very kind of boring phone, that's going to cost you much less than having a phone that has all kinds of weird kooky shapes, or, you know, some kind of like unique design. You know, it'll cost you less in research and development. It costs you less in, you know, in machining and manufacturing and all that. Because some things that are simple are much cheaper to produce than things that have, you know, like more detail to them. However, I will say though that that kind of triangular camera that I was talking about before wasn't particularly complicated looking. Like, obviously, maybe it's not as simple as whatever this kind of like blobbish Polaroid type of camera is, but all the same, it's not that complicated of a shape either. So I don't know why. I guess I don't know. I don't understand what kind of direction technology is moving in these days, because people used to make stuff that felt futuristic, that looked futuristic. I mean, you look at stuff from the 80s, you look at cars from the 80s, and while they have this kind of retro feeling to them, you can't exactly call them not futuristic. They were the idea of futurism, essentially, I think. That's kind of the design philosophy. Like, it wasn't futuristic so much as it was this ideal of futuristic. You know, what was futuristic for them no longer feels futuristic now. But because of different kind of influences, because of their unique designs, they still feel futuristic to some extent. I don't know. I don't know why when futuristic as a kind of design philosophy came in and out of the public subconscious, because I feel like it's been a while since we've done futuristic. Now I feel like it's just... I feel like we've moved right from futuristic to just reductive, if that makes sense. So for example, like phones without a home button, for example. I know newer iPhones don't have a home button anymore. And I've never understood that. I never understood why they did that, because yes, it's impressive that you only need like the screen, but at the same time, I don't feel any tangible benefit from that. I don't understand how I as a consumer benefit from that, and I don't understand how, you know, that's supposed to improve my quality of life, but it doesn't feel futuristic. It just feels like they took something away, you know? Well, those are my own kind of complicated feelings towards the matter. As for this ruler, is there a way to... Okay, there we go. Now I can handle it a little bit better. There we go. No, come on. Okay, wait, I've got an idea. Alright, so take... Move. Why? There we go. Okay, now we can move around the ruler. Perfect. I'll shrink it down a little bit more and just do this inner circle. And then... Okay, we can get rid of the ruler now. Okay. There we go. Perfect. Does it have anything like special on it? No? Okay, cool. I do like that they also included the two little dots up here. That's interesting. Although I do want to thin out this part right here. I want to make it a little bit thinner. Hang on. There we go. Perfect. Okay, that's one part done. Then the head and the mouth. Okay. For some reason, the way I'm drawing it reminds me a little bit of Sora from Kingdom Hearts. I don't get the vibes from the character at all, but the way I'm drawing it in particular, something about it reminds me of Sora Kingdom Hearts. Okay, I don't see any sharp teeth on this lad, so I'm just gonna give him some minimal canines and call it a day. Okay, that works. Nope, come on. Oh, can I just connect these two? That might work. Yeah, there we go. God. I remember... Do you guys remember that I talked about marine iguanas not too far back? The other day I saw a post actually talking about them floating around in Tumblr, and the funniest thing happened that after I shared that, somebody else reblogged it from me, and they put in all caps on the tag, yeah, the beast, and I can't get that phrase out of my head. Yeah, the beast. Because that's kind of what I felt when I looked at it too. Because marine iguanas are really pretty creatures. Like they have like these unique colors. I mean, some of them are all black, but some of them have like pinkish, cyan hues. They look a little bit like rusted bronze almost. Yeah, I like iguanas kind of in general. I just really like them. You know, big old lizards they may be, but they are near and dear to my heart. Oh, this hair would have to be hidden away behind the Polaroid. I also kind of want to add a safety strap to the Polaroid. It just feels right. Do you ever see a character and you feel like they would look really good with stuff that's kind of dangly around them? I don't know how else to put it. Like, some compositions feel like they would really benefit from just having a bunch of dangly stuff on the character. You know, straps, earrings, all that kind of stuff. Just kind of, I think it's because this one is kind of like so bent at so many different angles that having something kind of straight, kind of drooping down like this to create a contrast, well, it creates a contrast. It enriches the image. That's how it feels for me. Okay, then over here. Kodak still makes cameras, right? Or I don't think Kodak was ever a camera company. I think they were a printing company. Unless I'm mistaken, which I very well might be. Like I said, I don't remember if they're a camera company or a printing company. I mean, I could look it up. Let's see. Kodak. Various products related to its historic basis in analog photography. Thanks, Brigand! Let's see. Beginning in strategy. Okay, no, it was originally a camera. Okay. Okay, I see now. It's very interesting to see Wikipedia use a term that you don't think that Wikipedia would use. In this case, the term I'm talking about is a razor blade business strategy. Which, if anybody has had to buy like razor blades, you know what I'm talking about. So they sell you the whole kind of razor blade handle, and you know the initial one is very cheap. It costs like $20 for a razor blade, for like a razor starting kit. You know, they give you a handle, they give you a razor. It's fine, it works, it's functional. But then if you want to buy more razor heads, bam, they hit you with that $40 price tag for like 5 of them. It's nonsense. It's ridiculous. Yeah. I have to shave pretty often, so it ends up costing me quite a bit. Seriously, I am very happy I never became a smoker. Not only because it's just bad for your health in general, but also because smoking is just a very regular expense that is very expensive, you know? Okay. Okay, come on. Come on. There we go. Let's see. Okay, fairly thin eyebrows, not too thick. Yeah, I bring up Kodak because recently I watched the 1990, not even 1990, 1980 something Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie. Yeah, a Discord server I'm in kind of watched it as a community night. And I gotta say, a lot of the movie would have been even better. It was a great movie, honestly. I'm not even saying that to be ironic as a bit. You know, this isn't a friggin', you know, oh yeah, it was so bad it's good kind of thing. Like, that was a legitimately fun movie. I had a lot of fun watching it. But a lot of it is kind of undercut by the fact that there are very outdated 80s references in there. So, like, I remember during a very touching scene, I think it was like Mikey that said like, "Aw, this is just like a Kodak moment," and that kind of cut the momentum of the entire scene, for me at least. That cut the momentum of the entire scene. Like, it just abruptly cut it short. Like, I'm sure that must have been a decent, like, an okay joke in the 80s when Kodak regularly had television commercials, but in the current time and era where I'm not sure that Kodak even exists as a company anymore. I didn't check the Wikipedia page. I think it's probably still around. Broadly speaking, like, most companies survive in one way or another. I mean, hell, even BlackBerry is still technically around. I think they were going to try to release a new phone, but I'm not so sure anymore. God, I remember that I had to learn a lot about BlackBerry for one of my courses. I had like this business management course, I think it was, or business strategy course. I think that was it. And I think, and you know, we all got assigned these different businesses to kind of ideate on a strategy that they had for kind of appealing to the market. It was a surprisingly fun course. I had a lot of fun with it. I learned that was also the course where I had to I got to do a presentation on that course where I essentially proved that 3 different companies in the world manufacture like 98% of all insulin. It's true. Look it up. Sanofi, Novo Nordisk, and I forget the last one. But essentially, those 3 companies produce 98% of the world's insulin. So if you've got diabetes, you've almost most certainly bought from them, which sucks because that also means they essentially have an oligopoly where they're free to jack up the prices so long as they collude with the other 2. Yeah. Not a great situation if you have diabetes. I'm just saying. But I remember that for some reason for that particular course, I got saddled with researching BlackBerry with a group project, and they're still surprisingly active. They've moved over to cybersecurity, I believe. Yeah, I think like the way that happened was that because before they got their butts kicked up, down, or around by Apple, BlackBerry used to be a company that was fairly famous for how secure their phones were. Even if they were technologically behind, they were still like the phones that the friggin' president used. They were still, highly confidential, highly secure phones. So I'm guessing they kind of leaned into that angle to some extent. Not to mention, I'm pretty sure their messaging app was still active in I think Portugal or Spain for until at least like 2000, well into the 2010s, maybe early into the 2010s, but definitely like into the 2010s. God, remember when remember when in movies, as a shorthand for showing off that a character was like a big business person, they would have like a BlackBerry and a headset and all that. They'd have a Bluetooth headset, a BlackBerry, I don't know, maybe a personal computer. But nowadays, because that's pretty much like what everybody has nowadays, it's not so weird for a layperson to own a pair of AirPods or something, So that kind of idea of having a headset and having a phone be those kind of like symbols of the person being kind of a big shot, they've all kind of faded away. So now we only have like Elon Musk ripoffs kind of floating around in the media's greater subconscious. Every time, I swear to God, if they're not trying to rip off, if they're not like, I remember I actually watched Don't Look Up with my family for Christmas. Yeah, my brother and his wife visited, and we all just kind of like sat down and watched it because it was something to do. It was Christmas Day and we were out in the suburbs. There's not a whole lot to do on those kinds of days. And we watched it, and I remember that the main villain, if you can I think you can definitely call him that. The main antagonist of the movie is essentially this cross between Elon Musk and this very twisted cross between Elon Musk and Steve Jobs. And I feel like that's very kind of indicative of like the greater current idea of what a billionaire is. It's either got to be a ripoff of Steve Jobs or it's got to be a ripoff of Elon Musk. Both people who I'm kind of tired of seeing anywhere. Okay, I should drink some water. Speaking of which, I saw there's this I read in a newsletter. It had like a side bit about like apparently Elon Musk had like some kind of party on a yacht, and they showed a picture of him with his shirt off, and Jesus Christ, they like the man, like, have you guys ever heard of landlord white? It's like this idea that there is a paint that every single landlord uses to kind of paint over nicks and dings in the wall. That guy looked like he got hit with a fresh coat of landlord white. Like, that's how pale he was. Like, he was pale enough that I thought he was going to hiss and turn into a pile of ash in the sun. Jesus Christ. Oh yeah. Speaking of yachts, apparently ironically enough, considering that there's a kind of massive recession kind of on the horizon, apparently the yacht business is up this year, which is disheartening to say the least. Yeah, not just yachts, super yachts. Apparently there's a difference. Apparently, if it's like 25 feet or something long, it's considered a yacht, but if it's like 90 plus feet long, it's a super yacht. And I gotta say that people have way too much money if they've started like pissing contests over the terminology of their boats. I miss when boats used to have fun names. Boats used to have like really fun names for the different kinds of boats that were out there. You know, there used to be sloops. There used to be actually sloops are the only ones that I can think of. It's a very funny word. It's the thing. Oh man, it's already been like an hour. I should like, okay, I gotta hustle. Okay. But yeah, sloops are the only boats that I kind of know off the top of my head. I know there's probably a couple of like fancy Italian names for a couple of them, but I'm not really interested in all that. You know, I've never been a huge boat guy. Okay. Okay, so this is gonna kind of, I think, bunch up like this. Okay. Essentially, we would have sleeve A kind of around here, considering that like this is supposed to kind of flip inward like this. Okay, this feels a little better. Okay, then this is gonna kind of come in like that. The sleeve is gonna kind of be down on the floor like this. There we go. Yeah. God, somebody pointed out to me today. I read another post today that said that that one of the easiest ways, if you ever had a fear of being buried alive, one of the easiest ways to combat that fear and also do a good deed is to just register as a donor organ organ donor. If you're worried about being buried alive, register as an organ donor, because that's one surefire way they're going to make sure you're dead before you're buried. I'm not saying the doctors will finish the job to get at your delicious organs, but like, you know, if you're not dead, they'll figure that out very quickly. I've never really had a fear of being buried alive. I understand like the panic that would come from like figuring out, oh shit, I'm in a tiny box and there's no way to get out because I'm buried under like 6 feet of dirt. But the problem is, I think I watched a movie. I think it was maybe like one of the older Batman movies. I don't remember which one it was, but I remember there was a movie where the main protagonist got buried alive. And he had to essentially, I think it might have been also maybe one of the Bourne movies. I don't remember. It was an action movie, I can tell you that much. And the main protagonist had to punch his way out of a coffin because he got buried alive. And after watching that, you know, little 6-year-old Pablo looked at that obviously unrealistic and superhuman feat of strength, and I was like, yeah, I bet I could do that if push comes to shove. I mean, I don't know. I've never been buried alive, so we won't know until we try. Don't bury me alive, please. That's not that wasn't a request. That wasn't like a green light to go ahead and try that, by the way. I don't want to be buried at all. I'd rather be cremated. Okay, further warning: don't try to cremate me alive either. I know roasted mochi smells delicious, but like, have some sympathy. Okay. Okay. Now, just imagining some random dude in chat furiously crumpling up a ball of paper with ideas for how to send me how to finish what God started, essentially. Oh man, very interesting jacket though. I like this jacket's design. I'm a big fan of the weird kind of loops it's got here. Okay, there we go. But yeah, I really like this guy's color scheme. It's the colors that the colors that this person uses are very vibrant. They're the exact colors that I like. So I'm glad I got a chance to draw their character. That being said, I'm not looking forward to drawing out those shoes. Okay. Okay, then this belt is gonna come up right around here. And it's gonna have a couple of little straps here. Right? Okay, no, they'd be more towards like this side. That means I can probably make the belt a little bit thicker down here too. There we go. Cool. Alright, then next up. And over here. Like so. And perfect. Using vector layers has created a very kind of unique mindset where I can it's a little bit like, I think I've used this analogy before. I heard that I heard from somebody who heard that apparently master marble sculptors reach a point where they no longer see a block of marble. They see the kind of finished piece trying to essentially escape the block of marble. And they essentially just cut around the finished piece to kind of liberate the sculpture. It was a very poetic way of phrasing it, but sometimes I do feel like I'm making both the marble and the cuts to the marble. There we go. A builder. That's fair. That's kind of what that is, yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's like making cookie dough, cutting out the shapes, and then making the last of the cookie dough into. Wait, no, that analogy doesn't really work either. I'm an artist. I think that's a good enough kind of description of what it is. Alright, then this is the connect vector line tool. This is not what I want. I just line with, there we go. But yeah, I wonder if that's a more universal experience with people who make digital art or, you know, at least use vector layers more specifically. Okay. Okay. There we go. Does this one have a strap also? Yes, it does. Okay. And I'll put the buckle right around here. And the little thing here. I have way too much experience buying belts that are too... Okay, this has only happened 2 times, but it is weird that it happened twice. I have a lot of experience buying belts that are a little too big for me, and then subsequently using a hand drill to drill new holes into the belt so that it fits me. It has happened twice at this point, and I'm starting to wonder if it's going to become a pattern. The thing is, I don't know where you buy belts. All the belts that I own feel like they've just physically manifested in my closet one day. I went to a thrift store and I bought a belt like a couple of weeks ago. 3 weeks ago now, probably. And maybe 4 weeks? I don't know. And I've been trying to use that sucker, but it was too big the first time I wore it. So I used a hand drill to add an additional hole to it so that it would fit. And belts are usually sold where they sell clothes. Is it weird? I hadn't considered that. I don't know if... I'm assuming you said that in the most helpful, non-sarcastic way possible, but at the same time, like, it feels like such an obvious revelation that I feel like I should have realized this sooner. I think they also get placed near accessories like bags. That's fair, yeah. Probably like as a correlation with leather. Like, that was an extremely helpful answer, but I was being so dense that it feels like that I feel very, very silly indeed. It's a very interesting feeling. I'm not offended. I'm not like hurt or anything. It's just weird. Like, it's a legitimate concern. Why didn't I realize that before? Oh well. The first, you know what they say. The second best time to realize you can buy belts where they sell clothes is yesterday. Wait, no. I wasn't trying to come off as sarcastic, but I see it. Yeah, no. No. Like I said, you were being genuinely helpful. You were being a good bean, but like, it was like my own lack of awareness. That kind of... I don't know how to put it. I don't know how to put it. Like, it's just a very funny situation. I think that's the best way to call it. Oh my goodness. But yeah, I feel like that happens to me for a lot of things. Like, I don't remember where I bought it. I just remember that I have it. You know, it's probably because I make a couple of impulse purchases now and again, but... You know, for example, a pen. I remember that I used to have a really hard time finding this model of pen that I liked. Because I racked my brains trying to figure out where I bought it, you know? Did I buy it from the pharmacy? Did I buy it from the Walmart? I didn't buy it from the Walmart, I checked there. Maybe I bought it from the art store? No, they don't sell pens this cheap. And then then one day I was wandering around the dollar store and I saw a 15-pack of the exact same pen I wanted. And I bought it and it was there, and now I just remember. Okay, remember. The pens you love are at the dollar store. You know, it's like... It shouldn't have cost me that much, like, grief to remember that I bought them at the dollar store, but I did. I remembered eventually. Yeah. Weirdly enough, dollar store pens being fairly good stuff is a very high consensus among the people that I know. Like, I've told people that I have a very interesting pen because I think I might have discussed this before. I don't have like my pen is perfectly normal, but I add this accessory, which is that... Okay, so when I was still doing karate, my kind of a class got themselves these mats, which you could hook up to each other because they had like puzzle pieces on the side here. So, you know, that you'd hook like one mat to another through those puzzle pieces. And it was great. We used to practice falling with it. It felt much better to like walk on than, you know, the basketball court where we used to practice. But the thing is, when they came in, they were packaged like this. All right, so like they were like a square within a square, and you had to rip out this like outer square because to expose the puzzle pieces. So they threw they threw those outer squares away because they were junk. But I actually squirreled a couple of them away from myself because, well, I don't have a good reason for doing it. I just did do it. But I squirreled a couple of those like spare matte pieces away from myself, and eventually I turned them into. Okay, I turned them into a seat cushion, and I turned them into my current kind of pen grip. So I took two of the little teeth from the from these like matte chaff, from these like spare matte bits. I took two of them. I taped them together like this, and I just kept my pen in between them like this. And I've just, you know, eventually, sometimes the pieces came loose, but then I just added more tape. So now I have like this super thick thing of a pen grip that's very, very visible. And I use it whenever it's on my work pen right now. I keep like a notebook and a pen at work. I always use my nice grip on the pen that I use for work, because I use a pen and paper on my work a lot. And, you know, people ask me about it sometimes. They ask me like, hey, what is that? What the fuck is that? Because they literally don't know what it is. You know, I think we stopped using pen grips sometime around kindergarten. I remember that my parents actually got me this specialized pen grip that's supposed to be able to let you learn to hold a pen a little bit easier. I didn't do that. I still hold a pen in a very weird way. It's not wrong. It's just very kind of strange. I hold a pen very strangely, I think. But it works, and you know, I've managed to make it start to kind of modify it in such a way that it doesn't bother me too much. You know, I try to reduce the strain on my wrist whenever I use like pencils and pens and stuff, because it's kind of my lifeline. Seriously, the moment my wrist starts hurting out of nowhere, I am putting a hiatus on art streams because I cannot have that happen to me. I refuse. In any case, I forgot where I was going with this, actually. Anyway, speaking of stuff that you buy for school, apparently back-to-school supplies are a pretty hot commodity, because apparently they were supposed to be a $34.4 billion market, which makes sense considering that, you know, their kind of market audience is every children ever. every child in existence. So, you know, most children go to school, at least in like kind of like this Northern American hemisphere. Most children go to school. So because of that, the market is essentially as many children as exist. You know, your market is kind of all the children in the compulsory education system. So that makes it kind of easy to have a large target audience. Okay. Man. So back to school supplies have gotten expensive, though. I remember a time was that, like, I mean, they've probably always been at least a little bit expensive, but, you know, I used to remember that you could get notebooks for pretty cheap. Like, I don't know what exactly back to school supplies entail anymore. Especially because the coronavirus must have, like, changed that drastically, you know? I mean, like, 2 years ago... God, we're like in year 3 of the pandemic already, aren't we? Technically speaking. 4 years ago, you know, back to school supplies would have been like notebooks, pencil cases, maybe a new backpack. You know, a lunchbox if you were like really little or something. I don't know. I haven't been in school for at least 2 years now. And, you know, that was university, so I don't think it technically counts. Also, that doesn't technically make the statement untrue. I said at least 2 years, which means it could have been more. You know, I've been out of the compulsory educational school system for a while, so I don't know what's hip with the kids these days. Okay, this doesn't seem to have any pockets, unfortunately. Which, I say unfortunately because I have a very specific belief that all jackets should have Mondo pockets, alright? If you have a jacket, if you own a jacket, it should have pockets at least a little bit. Oh, but perhaps if you put stuff in the pockets, it'll ruin the silhouette of the outfit. Don't put stuff in your pockets then, stupid. Just have them. I'm not asking for you to fill your pockets with rocks or something just for the sake of filling your pockets, but I'm saying that you should be allowed. It is your God-given right to be able to fill your pockets with all kinds of garbage and crap. All right, that is my stance. All right. Okay, so this is gonna kind of... Okay, so this is two-part shorts almost. What are these? Rubber? Leather? Latex? Hmm. Hang on. There we go. Yeah. Another thing I read about today was that apparently... God. I saw this headline, right? That said that the shroom business is booming. And I got all very excited all of a sudden because I thought they meant like normal mushrooms, but they meant like psychedelic mushrooms, unfortunately. God, I'm just imagining some dude who just hates mushrooms with a passion, but he loves psychedelic shrooms. What kind of messed up person would that be? But yeah, apparently psychedelic mushrooms are, you know, they're not exactly legal in the US yet, but apparently they are, you know, where you can get them legally. They're becoming quite the profitable business, which is interesting. I mean, it makes sense from a kind of, how do you call it, like, trend standpoint. You know, you have people who love like holistic medicine and like, you know, homeopathy and all that. So it makes sense, and you know, weed as a as a medicine. So it makes sense that eventually that kind of mindset would branch out to stuff like shrooms. Still, it feels very weird. It feels like, I don't know how to put it. It just feels strange. No, the times they are changing. That's the best way I can put it. Because, you know, I grew up with like this idea of like weed being semi-illegal, and then, you know, I think it was 2016 or something came around, and then it was no longer illegal in the US, and everybody was like, okay, cool, yeah, whatever. It was very strange seeing that happen in real time. Okay, then we're gonna have the tendon right here, and the kneecap right around here. Okay, they have kind of like knee socks almost. They have like those half socks that kind of go up to the knee. I realize those are what knee socks are, so to speak, but like, give me a minute here. It's been a long day. I've had a tough day. I've had a tough day at work. Not really, but you know, everybody struggles every now and again. There we go. Okay, and then this arm right here. There we go. Perfect. Alright, there we go. Although that being said, I do remember that I saw mushroom growing kits on Amazon. You know, edible mushrooms, not psychedelic ones. But yeah, apparently they look like these huge bags that you kind of keep moisturized and hang in your backyard or something. I remember seeing those, and I remember feeling like you could definitely get food poisoning from homegrown mushrooms like that. Like, the thing is, I don't know how I don't know how mushrooms kind of cross-contaminate. I don't know how mushrooms cross-contaminate, so to speak. So I don't know what turns a good mushroom into a bad mushroom. Or, you know, if a good mushroom is a good mushroom no matter what. Oh, okay, I've got an idea. So... Okay, I know how to do this. I don't want to draw the backpack, though. Yeah, I'm not going to draw the backpack. I'll just draw the rest of the body. I was going to do, like, a cute pose where, like, the backpack would be, like, right here, but honestly, I'm not feeling it. Okay, then the socks would be around here. I remember these, like, knee socks being kind of a big thing in the 80s. I know that a lot of, I remember seeing them as, like, part of the kind of classic 80s leg warmers, you know? I remember those used to be quite fashionable. I say that like I actually lived during the time period. I didn't. Yeah, culturally speaking, I'm a 2000s kid, but like... how do I put this? Like... I don't actually think I've seen an 80s movie or something where people wore these like unironically. I think it must be kind of something similar to like people who wear... what do you call? Like, I don't know, like super specialized CrossFit clothing or something, you know? They're like real gym freaks. I don't know if there's like... I don't know if it was common to see these like just out and about. Yeah, I know from anime that they used to be pretty popular in Japan as well as like girls' fashion accessories. I imagine they're still decently popular now, you know, with the whole kind of idea of throwbacks and everything. Okay, then from there, the shoes. Now those might be a bit of a problem. I'm gonna finish the socks first, if that's the case. Yeah. I will say though that that kind of like idea of like having a leotard, a shirt, and like if you think about the classic 80s outfit, right? Hang on. You're essentially wearing like 4 layers because you've got the bodysuit, you've got leggings underneath, right? You've got the leotard on top of that. Sleeveless if you're lucky. You have those like leg warmer socks. And then, you know, for good measure, you'd have like a t-shirt or something on top here to preserve your modesty. So all in all, that is 1, 2, 3... 3 layers at the thickest, and one of those is like warm, woolly, fuzzy socks. That must have been hell to work out in. Although it makes sense to some extent, though, right? So because I know that a lot of athletes try to stay warm during their sets. You know, that's why they made sweatshirts. Or or why boxers wear robes. They have to wear those because otherwise their bodies will cool down. You know, because you want to do your warm-ups before you've entered the ring. Otherwise it's not good showmanship. So they actually gave them those robes to keep kind of comfy and warm before they headed into the ring, but after they've done their warm-ups. You know, not to mention the risk of pneumonia or hypothermia. You don't want to get hypothermia before the big fight, let me tell you. That's just a bad scene all around. You know, it's one thing to get punched in the face. It's another thing entirely to get punched in the face when you've got a bad case of the sniffles. Okay. Alright, so the shoes. Does the shirt have any kind of special design? No. Okay, so then the arm is gonna kind of come in like this. Any wrist accessories? No, just the painted nails. Okay, there we go. I think this hand is copying the pose from the other hand, but like, it looks good, so I'm keeping it. I love kind of having fingers kind of just midway curled. Not fully clenched into a fist, but not fully loose either. Just kind of like very slightly curled like this. I feel like it adds quite a bit of like dynamism to the picture. Or to the pose at least. And there we go. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay. Okay, then from there... Okay, it's time to make up the shoes. Okay, yeah, we're gonna need the reference nice and down low. I think it'll be easier. It's very clever how they did this, because this way they also show off the shoes. This is a very clever pose for a reference. Okay. I also really like how the backpack straps form a rib cage. That's very clever. That being said, I'm not drawing all that. I don't know what it is about rib cage. Oh, they're Heelys. I didn't realize that. That's fun. Yeah, I don't know what it is about rib cages specifically, but they are very difficult for me to draw. Okay. You know, there's a bit of a challenge to it. Okay, so... First, let's start off with the sole shape. So this has a very kind of foamy, round, wavy shape. No, put that back. I can fix this. Hang on. Okay, these don't curl up at the end, do they? No, they do not. Every time I remember shoes with a funky shape like this, I remember when I was very young and I saw Reeboks on the shelves for the first time. You know, the ones that had like those like really weird, like very wavy kind of things as the sole. And when I remember that one... There's a sketch. I don't know if everybody here has seen it, but essentially it's of a radio DJ who I assume is Latin American. A Latin American radio DJ, or a Spaniard radio DJ. I think he's Latin American because of the way he speaks. Like he speaks, I recognize that tone of voice. anyway, he's like this radio DJ, and he's taking in call-in song requests, right? So people call in from their cars and I'm like, hey man, can you play this song? And he's like, sure, dude, sure, yeah, sure, I'll play it for you. But he gets this one request from a dude who asks him to play a song called "Are Those Reeboks or are those Nikes?" Or, you know, the way he pronounces it, "Son Reeboks or son Nikes?" And the guy's like, I don't know that one. Sing it. I don't know that one. And he tries to sing it a little bit. And, you know, this goes on for quite a while. Until eventually the guy is like, wait, I'm going to play you a song. And I'm going to need you to tell me if that's the one that you were looking for. And the guys go like, sure, go for it. I don't know. And he plays that song, the song Rhythm of the Night. I don't know who wrote it, but he plays the song Rhythm of the Night. And the guy on the end of the line is like, yes, that's it. That's my man. And they just laugh. God, what a great video, honestly. Okay, then over here. One of my top 10 favorite videos. The other one is... yeah, there's a lot of very good videos that are 100% in Spanish, which is heartbreaking, because otherwise I would show them to literally everybody that I know. My other favorite video in Spanish is this one. It's a story about a dude from Latin America. I think he was from Puerto Rico or Colombia or something, but he went to live in Toronto for a little while because I think, first of all, because just some good opportunities out there, but also because he hated the mosquitoes, he hated the heat, he hated all of that. So he went off to live in Canada for a little while. And at first, he comes in the fall, he comes in the autumn, and at first he's like, fuck yes, I love it here, the grass is green. Today I saw moose, it was fantastic. You know, he's super pumped about all this. And then the winter comes, and he's like, and at first he's again very excited. He's like, you know, today I made a snow angel. You know, I shoveled snow all morning. The guy on the snowplow came by and he accidentally blocked up my house, but that's okay because I love shoveling snow so much. I just did it again. And, you know, he had a great time. But then, you know, he had to do that every day. And very soon his sanity was tested. Eventually, back when spring comes, he sells the apartment and he moves back to South America. and he's like, I think I'm gonna get myself like a Lyme Corona. I'm gonna let the mosquitoes bite the fuck out of me. I don't care anymore. I'm not going back to Canada. God, that was me in my first winter in Canada though. Friggin', I did some very poor planning, which ended up in me having to experience a snowstorm very up close and personal while hauling around a whole thing of luggage. But that's a story that I'm not going to tell just yet. I'm sitting on that one. You know, I've probably already told it, but I'm going to sit on that one. I'm going to, you know, if you haven't heard it already, I'm going to sit on that one for a little bit. Mainly because it involves me doing some major boneheaded moves, but also because it's just very good. Yeah, to give you an idea of how bad it was, I made a small, I recorded the journey in a small autobiographical comic. Like, what I used to do on trips is that I always, do autobio comics while on my way there. I'd whip out my sketchbook, and I'd just do a short comic. You know, if I was, held up in a, you know, I usually travel by plane, so, you know, while I was waiting at the gate or something, I draw a short comic about, everything leading up to it, because there's no such thing as a boring trip to the airport. Every trip to the airport to me makes me extremely nervous. You know, you have to handle all these documents, you have to worry about whether or not you'll be on time. For the first couple of years, I had to worry about catching a bus on time and having to haul around my luggage in a bus. After that, I started hiring a taxi company. You know, it's definitely not nearly as cheap as taking the bus, but at least you don't have to worry about missing your bus and then missing your entire flight. in a domino chain of bullshit. You know? That's the price of convenience. Okay. So these are gonna kind of flag out like this. But yeah, traveling, I've always kind of liked airports, to be perfectly honest. I keep hearing about people like say that airports freak them out because they're liminal spaces, and while that's valid, I've been to airports enough that they just don't, like, obviously the whole experience of taking a trip through an airport is the stressful part for me. But besides that, I basically make myself at home. Fuck it. I'm gonna be here for at least 3.5 hours at minimum. 1 hour before my flight, 1 hour in the gate, and however much I have to wait here, and because my flight got delayed, who cares? I'm going to eat overpriced food and kick my feet up on an empty chair until my flight gets here. Yeah, the great thing about traveling, the great thing about planes, trains, automobiles as well, buses, the great thing is that nobody expects you to be able to do anything. I mean, obviously, if you've got an obligation, you can whip out your laptop or whatever and start working on that on the train, on the bus, whatever. Who cares? But otherwise, if you don't have any obligations, you can be your very worst self in an airplane, in a plane, in a bus, and unless you're actively bothering the other passengers, nobody's gonna care. All right, it's a free pass to be a useless. It's a free pass to essentially just be useless for a good few hours. Yeah, that's my favorite part about traveling. It's a fact that, like, I like to think of myself as a decently productive person. I'm an enterprising individual. So the kind of carte blanche to be a lazy sack of shit is something that is a hot commodity in my perspective. Let's see. Yeah. I used to also really like it because taking airplanes is when I would usually catch up on, like, the latest movies. I'm very used to taking long flights. So what I would essentially do is I would just, like, have a laundry list of Hollywood movies that I was hoping would be on, like, the plane's video on demand service, and I just knock out all of those on the trip. I remember I essentially watched the new Star Wars trilogy essentially on planes. I think I watched the third and second episodes on planes, and I watched the third episode I watched the third episode twice, once in a cinema and again on the plane. But yeah, that should give you an idea of, like, what my usual attitude towards planes is. I'm okay on planes. I like planes. I will say though, like, something that I found has been an indispensable help in maintaining my sanity in a plane over the years has been a Nintendo DS. Like, not a Switch, all right? I'm not talking you get a Nintendo Switch. You get yourself a Nintendo DS. Do what you have to get games for it. I'm not a cop. But get yourself a Nintendo DS, because those suckers never run out of battery. Never. Alright, they are the Nokia 3310s of video game consoles. Yeah, I remember on the plane I nearly knocked out all of the Professor Layton's, all the first game of the Professor Layton series. And then I also almost knocked out Kirby Mass Attack. I beat Kirby Squeak Squad in one sitting on a plane ride once. I'm very proud of that achievement. I feel that one's definitely more of a humble brag for me. But yeah, the thing is, right? I would draw on planes, or I do two things on planes. I do one of two things. Classically, I've done one of two things to entertain myself on a plane. I watch movies on the little screen, I play video games on the DS, or I write down story ideas. That's it. I don't actually draw on planes, first of all, because it's very dark and it's hard to see. but also because I'm a little self-conscious of like what the other passengers will like see in my sketchbook. I don't have anything like dirty in there. It's just like a reflex. You know. You know, some people say like if you have nothing to fear, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. But I know for a fact that that's bullshit. Okay, there we go. Man, that is a damn good looking shoe, if I do say so myself. I should drink some water. Yeah. Oh yeah, today I also found a very interesting phrase on the internet. Sober curious. Yeah, I'll give you... Like, essentially it's... I think... to me, what's always been funnier than people finding different ways to say that they're getting drunk is people finding ways to say that they don't drink. Because they'd have to jump hoops. You know, for some reason, it's very socially unacceptable to not be a fan of alcohol. I don't know why, but, you know, I remember that one time I went to this kind of dinner one time, right? I went to this dinner, and this dude straight up got offended that I didn't want to drink until I made up some excuse like, it's like Lent, and I gave up alcohol for Lent, and then he was like, oh, okay, yeah, sure. That got him to back off, but before that, he was insistent. And while I understand that it's like a thing of hospitality, right? Like I understand that, you know, drinking with someone has, you know, very deep societal meanings. You know, drinking with someone is sharing a vulnerability with them. It's a social ritual. But I don't like alcohol, so that social ritual had a few hurdles for me. So far, the best solutions that I found is to just drink one thing. Because it's not like I'm a lightweight, but like but if I drink one thing, maybe they'll step off. I still haven't found a way to be fully sober and have it be cool, but like, whatever. Baby steps, I suppose. Anyway. Circling back to my original point, sober curious has to be one of the stupidest ways that I think you can say that, like, you don't want to drink. Alright, you're not sober curious, you just don't feel like drinking. That's not like a bad thing. You're allowed to not want to drink. Sober curious, what the fuck are you talking about? But yeah, they said that in the context that apparently, like, non-alcoholic beers are apparently on the rise as well. Which should be interesting, because I am absolutely fascinated to see how people are going to try to make beer taste good when it, like, from what I understand, right, from my limited understanding, the main appeal of beer isn't that it particularly tastes good. I mean, I imagine some people do like the taste, but I think the whole point of it is that it gets you drunk cheap. That, from what I understood, was the kind of main appeal of beer. So the idea that you can make non-alcoholic beer suggests that your kind of idea is to... I'm not sure exactly. I'm not sure what the pitch is here, because I mean, you could be like, oh yeah, with this you don't have to drink in a social situation, and if that was your pitch, I understand, but this seems to be actually like targeted towards people who do like drinking. So that's a bit of a question mark, you know? Anyway, let's remove all this crap and see what we're working with. Alright, not bad, not bad. The legs are bothering me. Okay, so I think the way I'm going to do this is as follows. Alright, remove this part here. They're about to reinvent root beer. Yeah. The nature of humanity is that every so often somebody reinvents root beer. Also, hey Ben, how you doing? Yeah, howdy. How you doing? Alright, this probably makes no sense. Oh wait, no, it does make sense with the hips. What the hell? Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Perfect. Doing good. Just woke up, saw you were streaming, decided to lurk. Hey, well, welcome to the stream. Yeah, we're about to move into the painting phase. I think we're about done with the line art. Or, you know, the paint bucket tool phase, as is my case. I'm glad that I'm not bitter about not being able to paint digitally, because otherwise I would be insufferable. You know, I've tried being able to paint digitally, and I have technically painted digitally before. I did that one cat picture, I did those studies before. It's about time I did a couple more of those, but, you know, I've been a little busy with the whole art fight thing. There we go. Okay, then... Oh, right, the sleeve over here would also be needed. I can just do something like this, though. Okay, and then maybe a little bit of collarbone action right here. That might be good. There we go. Alright. I want another drink of water, hang on. Oh yeah. So here's an outrageous thing that I read about today. San Francisco is currently rolling out a program where it has... God, it's superbly stupid. San Francisco currently has $20,000 garbage cans kind of rolling around here and there. Now, mind you, that's not garbage cans that cost $20,000 in total. These are garbage cans that cost $20,000 each. Like, one garbage can costs like $20,000. I think it's because they're supposed to be like smart garbage cans or something. I think it's, you know, partly because I don't know what it is about it, but the whole situation boggles my mind because, like, that's not factoring in like design costs or anything. That's just how much they cost to produce. And it just, I don't understand. I really sincerely do not understand why it costs so much, because last time I checked, garbage cans were just made out of like metal. You know, they weren't made out of like some fucking... They weren't made out of solid gold plucked from the king's own brow. Alright, they were freaking stainless steel, sturdy. They're made to hold garbage. They're garbage cans. Okay, I think this doesn't make so much sense, so I'm gonna kind of cut it down on that. Okay, yes, okay. There we go. But yeah, these garbage cans cost like 12 grand each at the lower end of the spectrum. You know, apparently once they get mass produced, they were supposed to cost like $2,000 to $3,000 each. But that still seems like way too much. Yeah, the worst part of it, the most kind of thing that I find like insult to injury about the situation is that apparently each of these $6 million garbage cans has a QR code printed on it, so that you can select which one of them you actually like to see in the city more. There's something just absurdly offensive about that to me. This feels like this feels like a bit in a cyberpunk dystopia novel that feels like that people would criticize about being too on the nose. Yeah, there are $12,000 smart garbage cans in San Francisco while they still have a homeless problem. Fucking incredible. I got very heated about the dumbest things. I'll readily admit to that, but I feel like this one is justified. Seriously, sick. What kind of fucking metal are you using so that the garbage cans cost $12,000? What kind of fucking elf on the Arctic type of outsourcing are you using to fucking make these garbage cans? I mean, obviously there's got to be some kind of embezzlement going on. I think one of the people who was involved in it, the mayor right now, is in some kind of like weird money laundering scandal. So, you know, that might explain a lot. From what I understand, there has been like some history of embezzlement with San Francisco. So, you know, I'm not saying that is what's going on. I'm just saying there is a precedent. Okay. So after that, let's see. Yeah, these shorts still make no damn sense to me. Okay, so I think like maybe then like that, and then oops. Okay, this is gonna kind of come up like this. Okay, I think that's good enough for the shorts. Alright, I gotta make sure that I remove the dust here. What bothers me about that remove dust function is that I don't know what it does. I don't know what it's supposed to do more appropriately, but I'm not sure why you can't use it on vector layers where it would logically be the most useful. I think it's supposed to be so that like you don't get like very thin bits of pixels like this. You know, I think that's what the kind of purpose of it is. But it just bugs me that you can't use it on vector layers where you're most likely to encounter that dust. Okay. Yeah, thankfully they've also included a handy-dandy color reference chart here, so this should speed up the process quite nicely. Oh, that is a bright, bright red. Fun fact, apparently because of the way that print media works, you actually can't get the same kind of rich diversity of colors on print media that you could through a monitor. Yep, that's because printed stuff uses a coloring system called CMYK, which stands for cyan, magenta, yellow, and key black, which uses a combination of colors. So it doesn't use light, right? It has to actually use colors, and because of that, it's actually very limited in some regards. So what ends up happening is that, you know, when you have a screen, you essentially have a bunch of tiny light bulbs flashing lit up in either red, green, or blue, you know, in varying extents to... Oh shoot, I need to add the stitches. I was like, I think I'm forgetting something, and I was. Okay, let's see. Alright, so this finger right here is stitched on. The thumb too, but that one's hidden. Alright, the hand to around here. I don't want to create a gradient. Maybe like this. Yeah, that seems good. But yeah, for printed media, for computers, you essentially have every light color on the light spectrum, which is literally all of them. Most of them, at least, I imagine. I imagine there's some that you can't achieve by creating a combination of red, green, and blue, but it's very difficult to find one. I mean, shrimp colors obviously you can't make with red, green, and blue, but we know they're there, and that's enough for me. Anyway, wait. Oh no, these are on the wrong layer. Okay, hang on. Do over. Anyway, oh no, wait, the thumb is wholly attached. It's just these first two fingers. My mistake. Okay, then over here. There we go. Okay. And that kind of extends to around the... kind of around here, I think. But yeah, basically you can't get the same colors on printed media that you can on digital media, which is why people have to actually make big edits to stuff like webcomics and all that before they get out in printed books. It's not as easy as just like saying, okay, I'll just put these into a PDF and ask the dude at the local Kinko's to print it out. The colors will get really messed up, which is why a lot of people spend time... I know, for example, Mary Cagle, an artist that I followed until very recently, who is also now a VTuber. I say surprisingly enough, I'm not actually that surprised. Weird feeling, though. It's a very weird feeling, like knowing that, seeing these internet personalities, these people who like drew webcomics, that I knew them for drawing webcomics or for some other kind of digital art. It's a weird vibe seeing them, recognizing them now as VTubers. Like I gave Mary Cagle as an example. I think she now streams as she has a VTuber persona as Melanie Peon or something like that. I don't remember the exact name, but yeah, she's a VTuber now as well. And I don't know how to put it. Like, it's very weird seeing these people that I've associated, because I've been following her stuff for like a long time, so it's always weird seeing it take a new direction like that. It's like, how do I put this? It's like learning that a kid who it's like learning that a teacher who you used to really look up to in elementary school, you meet them, you see them again years later, and they're the front man for some obscure but cult successful ska band. It's a weird feeling, is what I'm trying to say, but it's not an unwelcome one. Frankly, I'm happy that as many people as are currently getting into VTubing are getting into VTubing. Sincerely, I think it's a great kind of means of self-expression. I mean, obviously, I have a bit of a bias, but I do sincerely believe that. I do believe that in terms of live streaming, right, and in terms of being a quote-unquote internet personality or whatever, I feel like VTubing is honestly one of the best ways you can go about it. First of all, because it hides your identity much better than most other types of, protection. So if you're like filming yourself, your face and stuff, eventually that's gonna get out to somebody. And for better and for worse, your colleagues at work might pat you on the back, being like, "Hey man, great stream last night." But I say some bullshit on here, so I'm not sure how just my employers would be to know about this. They might. They might know about this. I don't remember if I told them, but they didn't ask, so I'm not saying until they do. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is, as far as self-expression goes, as far as trying to get into the live streaming goes, I think VTubing is one of the safest ways to do it. Like I said, first of all, because you have kind of limited liability in that your privacy is maintained. You know, you can go to extra lengths to it. You can add a voice filter. You can put on a voice. I know a lot of the people in, I know of quite a few people in the Japanese idol industry do that. They have like a specific streaming voice, which is very impressive to me. I know that I do like 3-hour Valhalla streams where I just put on voices all the time, but like I feel like eventually I would forget to turn it off. You know, that's a mark of fantastic showmanship. You know, being able to maintain the kayfabe to that extent. People always get confused when I talk about kayfabe in the context of VTubing. VTubing is literally wrestling. I'm not gonna take criticism on this opinion. VTubing is literally wrestling. Okay, and then there's one right across the mug. How does that go down the neck? Okay, there's another one down the neck as well. Yeah, VTubing is literally wrestling, but you guys are not ready for that conversation. Nobody's ready for that conversation. Nobody can handle the truth. But yeah. I would ask you to explain, but I probably wouldn't get it. I mean, I can go on a little bit of a tangent. I say, smirking evilly. Alright, so the way that I kind of came to this conclusion is mainly because of this concept of kayfabe. So in wrestling, you are not expected to be out of character ever. You know, the biggest kind of alright, so this kind of lecture, this incoming lecture, assumes several things. First, it assumes that you know what professional wrestling is. If you don't know what that is, I can start from there. So, professional wrestling is a televised combat sport where a lot of emphasis is put on showmanship and to a lesser extent storytelling. So each time wrestlers get on a ring, when they fight it out, they're not just performing incredible feats of acrobatics, they're also telling a story. And, you know, every good story needs characters, which is where the concept of gimmicks come in. Now, obviously each wrestler in this kind of world that we're building, in wrestling, each wrestler is supposed to have a narrative role, but they also have a gimmick, which is to say their backstory. So, for example, The Undertaker, one of the most famous wrestlers of all time, his gimmick was that he was literally a living dead man. So he was like a man that came back from the dead in order to beat the shit out of unworthy wrestlers. I don't think that that's the actual story. I'm just kind of paraphrasing. But, you know, that was his whole thing. The Undertaker's thing was that he was a guy who came back from the dead to beat other dudes up. That's how you can frame a lot of wrestling stories, by the way. They had such and such backstory, and now they beat up dudes. So that's one example of it. So that's kind of the Undertaker's gimmick. And kayfabe is a concept which originated back when you weren't supposed to know that wrestling wasn't real. So there was a period in time when you weren't supposed to know that wrestling was real. This was quite a bit ago. This was before my time. This is probably before even like everybody else's time. But at a certain point, back when wrestling was more of a thing you'd see at carnivals, you weren't supposed to know that it was fake. You were supposed to believe that these were 100% real matches with real probability. They weren't pre-recorded. It wasn't pre-decided who was going to win. So that's the thing about wrestling as well. It's always decided who's going to win in advance. Unless one of the wrestlers does some major stupid shit, whoever wins the belt, whoever wins the match, is decided in advance. Yeah, we'll get to what happens when a wrestler goes off script soon, but that's kind of the basics of it. You know, you have a script, you're supposed to stick to it no matter what, and part of that concept is also maintaining your character all the time. if you're getting interviewed, you're supposed to be in character. If you're shooting a promo, which is to say, okay, shooting a promo. So in order to kind of build up narrative tension for the actual matches, wrestlers are expected to talk shit to each other massively. I'm talking insulting each other's mamas. I'm talking saying the other guy's got dog breath. It's all that good stuff. Some of these can get very personal. Some of them actually evolve into real life feuds. I know Hulk Hogan was fucking infamous for being a real life asshole. Unsurprising. And because of that, he actually had a lot of people who actually had problems with him outside of the ring as much as they had problems with him inside of the ring. Anyway, so kayfabe is the expectation that each wrestler, unless something has majorly gone wrong, you're supposed to stay in character at every hour of the day. The best example that I can think of the most famous perhaps example that I can think of is the masked luchador El Santo. So El Santo was probably like, he's the masked wrestler. Like, he is the luchador. Like, if you think of a masked luchador, like, that is the guy that you think of, El Santo. And that guy was infamous because not one, he took his mask off, his luchador mask. In public, he took that off once. He had a career that lasted more than 10 years. And in those 10 years, he only took that mask off once. And that was to announce that he was retiring. That's how hardcore you're supposed to be about, like, maintaining the kayfabe. That, like, obviously that's a very extreme example, but it's the best one that I can think of because of the dedication involved in it. And very similarly, and that's kind of like the main parallel that I draw to VTubing. So kayfabe comes from the word kayfabe itself comes from, fucking powerful, right? Absolutely incredible. The word kayfabe itself comes from, it's supposed to be a minced word, a minced version of the word be fakey, or like be fake. It's be fake. It's kayfabe. It's like pig Latin or whatever. And again, it's kind of like this idea behind the showmanship. A lot of it is just showmanship. That's kind of like where I drew the idea that VTubers and wrestlers are pretty much the same. I mean, obviously they don't go on stage and hit each other with steel chairs that we know of, but but at the same time, they do have this kind of obligation to stay in character. Like, I'm always supposed to pretend that I'm a bag of rice. I'm not supposed that I'm very loosey-goosey about whether or not I'm what character that I'm playing a character. I've said it before. I don't really put on a character. I have like references to like my lore or whatever, but that's not really me playing a character. That's just like me being funny. But for example, I know like people in probably more professional outfits are very much expected to kind of maintain that sense of that kind of like strictness to the character, because they are playing characters. That's that whether that's like wholesome or unwholesome. I personally don't have a problem with it. I don't know why people would have a problem with it, but I know that some people do have problems with it. But honestly, I like, because I understand this kind of parallel to professional wrestling. It's always been kind of an obvious thing to me, almost. Like, yeah, of course you're playing a character. This is just like pro wrestling. That's always a connection that I've made. I know for a lot about pro wrestling for a guy that's never even seen a single match, by the way. I'm just utterly fascinated by it as like a concept or as a topic. I'm hoping to change that. I know there's some indie pro wrestling stunts going around on near where I live, so I'm hoping that I might be able to get in on that at some point. Not to actually wrestle. I think I might. I think I might actually die if I get taken to a wrestling ring. But you know, just to check it out. I wanna be able to support my local wrestling scene. Okay. I'll fix that up with the shading a little bit, but for now we just want like very rough colors. Okay. This bottom part is also this kind of like bluish color, same as the sleeves. But yeah. So for example, the Undertaker, right? There's like this kind of also feeds back to the idea of the multiple self, you know, a showman's a self that you put on for the show and a self that you actually exist as. So one example that I like to say was that I like to think of was the Undertaker. So again, the Undertaker was a fucking terrifying dude in the ring. Like, he was built up to be the scariest motherfucker perhaps ever. Like, if the Undertaker went into the ring, like, somebody was gonna get their ass beat, but hard. His whole thing was that he was essentially like this invincible dude who always came back. Like, his whole, like, I remember one of his signature things was that he would lie down on the ground like this, essentially looking 100% knocked out of the fight and dead. And then he would just fucking rise up like this. Like he just woken from the dead. That was like one of the classic things that he did. That's that I know of. And, you know, that's terrifying. That's like a terrifying thing. I even if you know that's coming, that must be at least a little bit creepy to see in real life. But at the same time, outside of the ring, he was supposed to be a very kind person. You know, not necessarily, you know, mixed anecdotes perhaps. You know, he was also what's essentially a movie star in the 80s, and most of those guys weren't good people. But at the same time, you know, he was kind of like a voice of reason among the people in the locker room. You know, if two dudes had a problem, they'd come to him because they knew that he'd be able to mediate very, very well. And you know, that's awesome. I really like that. And again, it kind of shows that, you know, who you are on stream and who you are in real life aren't necessarily the same person. And again, that kind of parallels, you know, these streamers. They have rich inner lives that we are not privy to, and that's a good thing. You know, they should be more than they are. It is critical for them to have a life outside of VTubing. But and the fact that we don't get to see that makes, you know, whatever happens in their day-to-day life so much more enriching when we get some details of it. Like, they'll say, oh yeah, there's this like thing that I do in my day-to-day life, and we're like, that's great, we didn't know that about you. You know, it's like a little peek into their inner lives. Yeah. So yeah, whenever if I tell you guys about something that happened on the bus or something like that, that's kind of it's kind of like that, you know. It's like, it's interesting to find out more about people that you're interested in. I guess that's the simplest way I can put it. Okay, there we go. Then, okay, this color right here, I think is this one in the middle. That's the color for the side soles and the soles on the bottom too, I think. Okay, there we go. Oop. Okay. How are we for time? We're doing pretty good. You know, okay, so then this color is also used here. Here. And here. And then we use this almost like dark color for this part here. And for the shoelaces as well. No, the shoelaces are black. Okay. Oop, I think I missed a spot here. Yeah, I did. You know, I realized something yesterday that kind of pissed me off. In a very comical way. This isn't like a life-shattering revelation or anything, just to preface this. But I remember that yesterday I went to the usual place that I go to for lunch. They usually serve up these rice bowls that are very tasty. And that day I tried to get a rice bowl, but they were like, hey, we're out of rice. Can we just substitute it with lettuce? And you know, I'm a reasonable man, so I said, sure, why not? And then they did. And it took me until later that evening to realize that because I'd ordered a falafel bowl, so I'd essentially just gotten a salad. That's just, I mean, obviously, yeah. Hey, if you eat a rice bowl that doesn't have any rice in it, you're not eating a rice bowl. That's just like some kind of weird salad. That should be an obvious thought, but it didn't occur to me until later that night that I'd essentially been tricked, that I'd not only been tricked by the staff, but I'd been tricked by myself into eating a salad. I didn't even get tricked, I think. That implies that I would be upset with the outcome. I'm fine that I don't care that I ate a salad. It's like, but I care about the fact that it took me this long to realize that I ate a salad. That's what I care about. God. I do gotta say though, I felt like Popeye after eating that thing. You cannot underestimate the value of just eating fresh vegetable from time to time. Can we make it even more saturated? It's a bit much, but I'm kind of interested to see where this is going. Okay. Alright, hang on, I got an idea. Let me borrow this color here. There we go. Okay, cool. Okay, I guess now would be the fading shades. The shading phase. Now would be the shading phase. Got it. I love it whenever I mix up words like that. It's so much fun. The best... Oh, posture check and hydrate. I ran out of water, so I'll go get some right now. Hang on. Hi, hello. Yes, no, I did need a moment. I had to go get some water. I realized I didn't have any, so I needed to go get some. Anyway, here, I'm taking a sip. This one's for you, Ben. Okay, hydration successfully achieved. Okay, right. I was doing something. Shading? Yes, shading. Okay, there we go. Okay, I should probably do the... I'm probably going to do the details on the hoodie as a top layer. As a blending layer, I mean. Okay, so... Friggin'... First things first, I want to kind of differentiate some of these clothing items. So it was nice to use the reference, but some of these are going to get me mixed up if I don't differentiate them properly. Okay, so this color for the socks would be good. And for the shirt, I actually want to recolor the spats a little bit. They need to be a little darker though. Not that dark though, because then they blend in with the shorts too easily. There we go, that's good. And the shirt... No, too desaturated. Okay, cool. I might also make the collar, the choker, a darker color. The hair, definitely a darker color. Unless I keep the choker the same color, and then change up the hair. I think I can do that. That works for me. Yeah, okay. That feels much better. That one feels wrong, though. There we go, that feels a little better. Okay, then from there... Okay, time to focus on the shading. So... What kind of angle would this be most interesting in for the light source? I mean, this one's kind of interesting as it is, but... Hang on, what about... Maybe we can try something else, though. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, I'm gonna go with this one. Okay, copy and paste that. Rasterize this layer. Remove that ruler, please and thank you. Oh, I see. That's the name of the pose. I was gonna say I don't remember naming any of my layers in Japanese. I didn't even know I could type in Japanese. I can type in Chinese. You can actually set your keyboard to type out Chinese characters by enabling a keyboard thing called pinyin. And that way, if you know, essentially the way pinyin works is that if you know how a Chinese word can be anglicized, then you know how to type it in pinyin. So, for example, the word for wo, which means I, so I think you spell that like that almost. That's written down like wo, like that. And if you type that out in pinyin, it'll like it'll underline that wo, and it'll pop up a little thing right here that says, "Hey, did you mean this?" And then you can just hit enter, and that'll like pop up wo. I imagine it's made for people who were introduced to like English characters first, and then Chinese characters. I don't know. I know that there's also a way that you can draw Chinese characters onto the screen. Yeah, I know phones have that feature. No, that feels weird. What about like a blue word like this? Nope. It has to be kind of like in this top saturation mode. Now I'm keeping it as the original color. There we go. I'll be right back. My stomach feels painfully empty. Oof. Yeah, that's why you gotta get on my level and eat 2 samosas before every stream. Don't actually do that. I don't imagine that's like a healthy diet. I gotta say though, I will say that ever since I started eating before stream, my whole experience has just gone like it's amazing being able to eat before stream. Like just having a little snack or a meal before a stream, I just feel so much better during the whole thing. Yeah, I highly recommend it. Don't stream on an empty stomach. Nothing important has ever gotten done on an empty stomach. Except maybe learning how to hunt. That got done on an empty stomach, surely. I mean, I imagine. You know, I don't imagine like a hunter went out one day, not hungry, and was like, "Hey, I should try to hunt. I should try to become a persistence predator today." And I don't think that's a thing that happened. It might have. I don't know. I wasn't around for that. I wasn't around for it. Okay. Let's see. Use this. Okay. Wait, no, I messed up. That light source wouldn't make sense. Because that's coming, it would come in from around this angle. Ah, dang it. Oh well, that's life sometimes. Nothing you can do about it. True, also, hello. Hi, how you doing? Okay, hi, CA Bear. Oh, whoa, zombie. Yeah, this dude is named Sugar. Made by a Artfight user called Sugaryu. Nice, yeah. I was gonna make a smart-ass comment about that name, but honestly, Sugar Dragon is a pretty awesome name. Like, Sugar Dragon sounds like a boss character in Lisa the Painful. All right. Let's see. All right. I don't know how many people know that game. I know that like I know it's an indie game, so it's not like a lot of people know it, but I imagine at least a couple people know about it. I remember watching a playthrough of that when I was like 16, 17. I remember enjoying watching the playthrough, but most of all I remember enjoying the names of the different characters because they had some very good names. I think my favorite to this day is a dude named Laser Agar. Like, that's a pretty awesome name. If you're running around and you're called Laser, like that, you've got to fucking rock. You cannot fail to live up to the hype. You need to like start doing extreme skateboarding or some shit. All right, that's like karma. Yeah, Laser. God, yeah. That being said, I have a very odd sense of naming. I've always been told that. Like, I think it's gotten better over the years, but I used to name my characters really weird things because I grew up strongly influenced by One Piece, who had characters who were called like fucking Blue Jam or some shit. And because of that, I ended up being badly influenced by it. Or well influenced, you know. I think like it's a matter of taste. I was told I'm bad with names. I mean, I'm also bad with names in the sense that I forget a lot of names. Yeah. I have to make a conscious effort to remember people's names. I'm sure that's the case for a lot of people as well, but, you know, I feel like it's a little bit more difficult for me than others. Yep. That being said, you know, one man's suck-ass name is another man's epic, awesome, based name. Same. I remember faces, though. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't have that saving grace. I'm just bad with names, faces. A dude could tell me he's my uncle, and I would believe him. Anyway. Yeah. But yeah, that is also the thing, right? That, like, you know, what might not be a super cool name for you is definitely might be a super cool name for somebody else. You know, like it reminds me of those like online handles from the 2010s, like, you know, XXX 69 Darkmaster, XXX MILF Hunter, dot Naruto or whatever. That would be like a username you'd see playing Call of Duty or some shit. Disclaimer: I never played Call of Duty. But, you know, I feel like that was a more innocent times. Nowadays, to get any respect, you have to be called you have to, like, have no spaces in your username. You can't, like, use even camel case or anything. You have to have, like, a username just like Potato or something. Like, these days, some fucking dude named Potato rolls up on you in, like, Lethal League or something, and he just whips your ass for 5 rounds straight. Like, people who have single word usernames are either really funny or are the most powerful people in existence. There's nowhere in between. Like, I remember I remember seeing, like, this TF2 chat log where this dude kept saying, like, there was this dude in a TF2 match who kept saying, "I'm the Meat Man," and his username was the Meat Man. Like, that's the funniest shit I've ever seen. I also remember seeing the screenshot of a dude named Dr. Sex, which frankly is a fantastic username. He should be proud of that one. Yeah, Meat Man. As opposed to Meat Boy from the hit indie game Super Meat Boy. Fucking, I remember that Meat Boy used to be in friggin' everything. Like, I don't know what happened to that series. Does it still, like, put out games? Like, I don't remember what happened to Super Meat Boy. I just remember seeing him in, like, a bunch of indie... Like, whenever people talked about indie games, he would always come up. What happened to that little guy? Perhaps it shall remain a mystery forever. Actually, I could just look it up on Wikipedia, but I don't feel like doing that right now. Meat Boy? Yeah, there used to be an indie... Well, not there used to be. There is an indie game called Super Meat Boy, where essentially it's like Mario, except with a lot more trial and error. So imagine like the platforming from a game like Celeste or like Hollow Knight, for example. And yeah, it's actually very similar. It's a hard game. Yeah. Yeah, I think the best thing that I can compare it to is probably Celeste, with the way that it's like a platformer where you're not only forgiven, but almost expected to die a lot while playing it. Yeah, I think that's the best comparison I can put it to. It's a lot like Celeste. But yeah, you had like very close response. So Celeste, I can't help saying like Celeste. I can't help saying it like in a Spanish way, because it's saying it in the English way, like Celeste, just feels weird. Anyway, yeah, I think Celeste is probably the best point of comparison that I can give you, in that it's a very difficult platformer. Yeah. You got it. But yeah, I remember seeing it like in every indie game exposition back in the day. I mean, I obviously the indie game market has fucking ballooned since then. Even back then, it wasn't exactly an easy race to win. But I do wonder, like, what happened to the guys that made it? Like, did they make more? I know it got ported to the Switch, at least. I mean, I imagine it got ported to the Switch. Did it get ported to the Switch, or am I making that up? Like I said, not my circus, not my monkeys. Still, I forgot how I brought it. Oh, right, Meat Boy and Meat Man. Right. Yeah, on the topic of, like, weird usernames. I don't know, I used to choose very strange usernames as well. I'm not gonna say any of them out loud in case one of you tries to hack my Neopets or some shit. I didn't actually play Neopets. I never managed to get into Neopets. Whenever something was like, oh hey, this thing requires your attention, like, I have a very difficult time chilling out. It's not like I'm exactly like wound tight. I mean, I am. Okay, what the hell? I'm wound very tight. But the thing is, I also can't really do things halfway. So for a game like Neopets, where you're expected to, you know, come and check in on it every now and again, when life keeps you busy. you know, when for a game like Neopets where it's expecting you to kind of like drop in every now and again, I can't, unless I make a super conscious effort to build that habit, I am not going to be able to do that, because it like I either play the whole, like, how do I put this? Unless I can focus on the game in a meaningful way, it just becomes very bothersome to me very quickly. Like, that's also why I kind of sucked at keeping Tamagotchis alive. Not because I'd neglect them, but because... Actually, well, yes, because I'd neglect them. But also because I... That makes me sound like an awful person. But also because, you know, I just eventually did not have fun having to cater to those stupid things every little need every now and again. I'm the kind of person who finds it much more fun to do something and then never have to think about it again than to keep doing something over and over and over. That's why games like Animal Crossing never really connected with me. You know, that, like a game where you're expected, where it's super casual, or yeah, you know, you don't have to play all hours of the day, but you can just drop in every now and again, and we'll still keep a seat warm for you. That's such a considerate thing of them to do, and definitely not how I would play it. Like, if I don't have like a meaningful objective, or I don't make myself a meaningful objective, it's very difficult for me to get into a game. Ugh. Like, I mean, for The Sims, right? For stuff like The Sims, it's different, because when you sit down and play on The Sims, you're expected to sit down and play The Sims. Alright, for like 2 or 3 hours, your attention is fully devoted to keeping this fake person alive. So I can much more easily enjoy a game of The Sims than I could enjoy like raising a Tamagotchi. Again, that probably sounds very heartless, but it's just how I'm built. Actually, I don't know that sounds all that heartless. I think that's like... It's just a matter of personal preference, ain't it? It's not exactly a heartless thing to say. I'd probably be anxious, yeah. Yeah, I think that's the best way to put it. I get anxious if I'm expected to, like, drop in, because I don't know when I'm supposed to drop in, you know? It's like, oh, hey, do I need to drop in now? Do I need to drop in later? But I have stuff to do right now, but I need to drop in right now. I might need to drop in right now. Should I check on it? You know, and it spirals out of control very easily. Yeah, I've gotten better about that. I've gotten much more capable of doing stuff casually, but like... Another example I can give is Clash of Clans. I knew for a fact that I wouldn't be able to get into Clash of Clans when all my friends were playing it, because in Clash of Clans, you are going to get raided by people when you're away. Not like the fun Twitch raids, by the way. I do mean like raided as in like they're gonna take your shit and burn down your crops. And you're expected to be available to do something about that when it happens. You know, you get a little notification on your phone and it says like, hey bro, your shit's getting wrecked. Go out there and stop that. And honestly, the thought of that just makes me... I don't like it. Well, probably not. They wouldn't use those exact words, but I think you understand the sentiment well enough. Yeah. Clash of Clans, kids. Not even once. Yeah. Let's see. That I also struggle to... I mean, even back when I played gacha games, I don't anymore, thank God, but back when I played gacha games, I used to be really bad at maintaining like dailies and stuff. You know, you'd have like these daily missions that you would be able to do for benefits, but I used to... I think like the only ones that I managed to get those for were, for a brief while, Arknights, and for a while, Fate Grand Order. I think those are the two that I managed to get. I stopped really caring about Fate Grand Order after the third summer event, and I stopped caring about Arknights after I realized that I was simply not able to I was neither able to execute the big brain strategies that would let me win with under-leveled units, and I was unwilling to spend the time to level my under-leveled units. So it was all kind of a bust. From every logistical standpoint, me and Arknights is a bad match. But I love the character designs for that game. I still want to do more fan art of Arknight characters. That's a mood. Mm-hmm. Yeah. In a way, I guess that paints me as a very lazy person, but at the same time, keep in mind that I was like juggling a full thing of university courses while I was playing those games. I remember I also got into World Flipper for a little while. I think that was like back in maybe the winter of 2021. I think just for that winter I got into World Flipper. It was a good game. I actually quite enjoyed World Flipper, but I started getting tired of it. There wasn't enough content, you know, kind of getting patched through, so I got bored of it. Nah, it's just it just means you have a preference. That's true. Yeah, I think, you know how like everybody has like a different tolerance level for bullshit in media. For example, like somebody who doesn't enjoy sci-fi doesn't mean that they just hate media. It just means that they don't enjoy sci-fi because they can't suspend their disbelief, or they don't like suspending their disbelief in that one specific way. Yeah, and I think in a similar vein, everybody has a certain amount of a degree of bullshit tolerance for video games. I mean, I remember somebody saying that, like, I remember somebody putting it in a way that was incredibly appropriate, in that they said that they no longer had the time or patience to get good at a video game just because they were bad at it. So, you know, when you're a kid, you buy a video game. Yeah, I hate romances unless it's good. Yeah, no, like, I remember, like, for example, like, I don't know what example to give. I always found most of the video games that I played to be fairly okay, but, you know, if you were a kid, you would. Wait, no, I remember which one. Saints Row 4. The only thing that ruins games for me is artificial difficulty. Yes, that also. Yeah, like bullshit RNG, that kind of thing. I feel that. But yeah, Saints Row 4, I remember, was some bullshit. Because this, to be fair, I just finished binge playing Saints Row 3. So it was a little bit on me that I didn't take a break between the games, because Saints Row 3 and Saints Row 4 are made using the same engine. So functionally speaking, they're the same game, just with slightly different plotlines and different collectibles. But anyway, I remember that Saints Row 4, I kept playing it not because I wanted to, I had fun playing it. I mean, I had fun sometimes, sure. I thought it was funny. I had a good time, like, you know, smashing stuff with superpowers. But I didn't actually have fun with the game. I didn't feel like the game was fun. But even so, I kind of obligated myself to finish it. I don't fucking have time for that anymore. If I don't like a game, I just don't play it. I'm a goddamn adult now. All right. I'm not gonna let some stupid little bundle of silicate 300 miles away, several oceans away, tell me that I suck at a game. You know, I'm not about to like let that get me down anymore. Oh shit, wrong layer. Okay, I can fix this. Filter, select, color gamut, this part here. Alright, how much did we lose? Oh, just that much? Alright, perfect. Okay, undo all that. Okay, that should be about good. Then, wait, is it? Hang on. Yeah, that should be about good. Anyway, then paste here, and bam. Okay, then I'll use the soft eraser right around here. Probably increase the size a little bit here. There we go. Okay, cool. Then, actually, I'm probably going to hike this up a little bit more as well. Okay, that seems good. I like that, in terms of shading. I'm happy with that. Then from there... Actually, I'm gonna do it right here too. Why not? Freaking... Okay, then the jacket. Does the inside of the jacket have a specific color? I don't know that it does. No, it doesn't show the inside of the jacket. Okay, so I'm gonna assume it's like a similar kind of reddish hue. Or it could be pink, why not? Hang on, why not, like... Okay, yeah. Okay, I got an idea. Okay, this seems good. Okay. Then shirt. Okay, we'll do the shirt next. How are we for time? We're doing okay. We're coming up on the 3-hour mark. Let's see. Okay, kind of the shading, the shadows kind of vanish somewhere around here. So that's where I will attempt to shade. Does the shoulder got any shading? Just a little. Just a little off the top. There we go. Oh, I can also probably do a little bit of dangly thing here for the camera. I should also do some on the face right here. That'd really go one step above. Do you think our team will win? It's been going up and down. I don't know, honestly. Not gonna lie, it's probably not gonna be the Bloom team. I'm not trying to be a pessimist or nothing. You know, I'm wearing the jersey still. I've got hope, but like, let me look at the scores right now, actually, because it might have like caught up in the time that I wasn't looking. All right, so we're about 1,000 points behind. Yeah, we're about 1,000 points behind. I don't know if we're gonna get it. Yeah, Wither is leading by 9... Wait, no, that's 909 points. Oh shit, we might actually be able to close that. Alright, let's go. 909 points, that's like 10 attacks. That's like nothing. And I imagine somebody will be pulling out all the stops on both sides, coming towards like the end of the... You know, like, as the kind of end of the whole thing approaches, I imagine somebody has probably been sitting on like some huge attack that they haven't told anybody about, hoping to get like a dark horse victory or something, or decisive victory. I feel like that happens every year, though. I feel like somebody like puts in an attack near the end that has like 80 million points, but both sides do it, so it ends up kind of evening out anyway. Okay. Then... Okay. Shirt shading. That took way too much effort to say. Okay. Water time. You know what I think might make me... What I should try to do in the future, though? I think something I should try out doing is starting off the background kind of around the time that I start shading. Actually, gotta go. Your art is amazing as always. Have a nice stream. Hey, thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Enjoy. Have a good evening. Later. Yeah, and enjoy your nightly victuals. Huh. I don't like that. I don't like the way I said that. Let's not do that again. Nightly victuals. What the fuck does that even mean anyway? What the fuck is a victual? What is a victual? Explain to me. I need a diagram. What is a victual? It sounds like... I feel like victual is food. I don't know why, but I feel like victuals... Something about the composition of that word makes me want to believe that it's some kind of food-based activity? But I don't know. I'm not sure. Victuals. Yeah, no, I'm drawing a blank. Victuals. Wait, I have the internet. I can look it up. Victuals. Victual. Food fit for human consumption. That's a pretty broad range. Victuals. Yeah, victuals is food fit for human consumption. The way they had to be so specific about it being fit for human consumption makes me a little bit nervous. It's like if you saw at a barber shop, like, this year we have had 0 ear cutting incidents. That implies that, like, there have been ear cutting incidents in prior years. You know, it's like false reassurance almost. Like I don't know. I know that that's supposed to make me feel safe, but it makes me feel unsafe. It does the opposite of what it's intending to do. Also, gotta say, the day that I figured out that replace alpha is the blending mode that I want, the brush tool made 1,000,000,000% more sense to me. So before it would actually soak up colors, but this time, with the replace alpha, it actually doesn't do that. And you know, I know that it being able to blend colors together is one of the benefits of a brush like this. I understand that, but at the same time, it's not intuitive to me. It's not something I understand. I would much rather be able to just have something like this, which is just like a soft texture brush available to me at any time, rather than be able to like blend colors together. I'm not a blender. I'm not a blending kind of guy. Not typically. Only on the weekends. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, by the way. I'm a blending kind of guy, but only on the weekends. What? I don't know what kind of image I was trying to conjure with that. I'm a blending kind of guy, but only on the weekends. So maybe he breaks out the ninja blender every weekend to make himself a smoothie. That's the only kind of guy that I can imagine who is a blender kind of guy on the weekends. You know, it's Saturday. I'm gonna have my smoothie. I'm entitled to it. I've had a hard week at work. Yeah, the easiest way to figure out if your brush is currently set at like some ridiculous amount, like 2000, is if it vanishes from the screen. Okay, there we go. And then for the sleeve here, this part can go unshaded, but for the shoulder I need to bump it up a little bit more. Okay, a little bit of shadow right here. Then, okay, where else am I missing some? Obviously the jacket and the shoes. Oh man, the shoes are going to be a nightmare to shade. Actually, no, this jacket is going to be a nightmare to shade. Actually, no, it's probably not going to be that bad. If it's a nightmare, it's a nightmare. If it's not, it's not. I've resigned myself to it. I accept my fate. Okay. Alright, it's only about the first knuckle is shaded. Or the third knuckle, depending on which way you're looking at it. Yeah, how do you count your knuckles? Do you count from here or from here? Like, do you count from the tip of the finger or the tip of the knuckle? Or the knuckle, you know? I like to count them from, like, the knuckle from over here. Let's see. Okay, that's gonna kind of shade in like this almost. Curve in like that. Okay. Then over here. There we go. Over here. There we go. And then over here. Perfect. Okay. At least I think this part would be unshaded. Hang on. There we go. Okay, then this part here on the wrist is actually unshaded. There we go. And then over here. Layup. Easy stuff. Okay. There we go. Okay, then camera, hair, choker. Let's take care of the choker first. I feel like that I'm gonna forget that one very easily if I don't do it. Dark. Okay, dark, dark. Oh, you know how, like, there are artists who specialize in, like, drawing shoes all the time, or, like, drawing one specific item of clothing all the time? I wonder if there's one dude who's, like, just completely dedicated his life to drawing the best, most detailed chokers you've ever set your eyes upon. I'd like to meet that person. I don't think they exist, but if they do, I would be honored to meet them. Yeah, I've always been fascinated by chokers, even though I don't think I would wear one myself. I've got a bit of a case of what you would call one-piece neck. You see, when I was a kid, I found out that you can actually exercise your neck muscles by essentially putting your head against a wall like this. You know, you just kind of like lean like that. You just let your neck take the tension. And I did that a lot, and now I have a very strong neck, which is great because I love having a strong neck. It would prevent my head from injuries. But it also means that I have a hard time fitting chokers and such around my neck. Granted, the one that I tried on was probably made for women, but my point still stands. Oh, man. I mean, technically I have no neck. I mean, look at my guy. It's just like rice bag, then mochi body. Hoodie in between, you know, that kind of like maintains the Hanna-Barbera-esque sense of mystique. But I don't think this body has a neck. Yeah, I remember one of my buddies told me that since I have no neck and my head is pretty much detached, that technically makes me a Dullahan. Am I a Dullahan? If I rode anything, I think it would be like one of those like one of those like big wheels or anything. I feel like that would be my Dullahan ride. I wouldn't get a cool horse or anything. I'd just get like a big wheel. just squeaky. You know, you see the four horsemen of the apocalypse, and there I and like I'm like riding right next to them on a squeaky little rinky dink fucking big wheel that they got for me at a flea market for like $20. God, that's a very funny image. I remember that for the band Gorillaz, who are also technically VTubers. I don't know. Are the Gorillaz VTubers the greatest threat in the history of mankind? Eventually locked by moderators after 3,000 pages of heated argument. I think they do count as VTubers. I don't think you need. No, no, they're VTubers. I'm putting my foot down. Those guys are VTubers because, you know, it depends a little bit on what you define as a VTuber, because the only real prerequisite for being a VTuber, I think, is live streaming, and those guys have definitely live streamed before. You know, maybe not with an animated icon, but there's definitely gotta have been like live streamed Gorillaz concerts. I don't know. Would that make them more like Hatsune Miku, or would that make that wouldn't make them like Hatsune Miku. Hatsune Miku is a song program. She doesn't make the music. However, my point still stands that the Gorillaz are technically VTubers, I think. Because, you know, they have those music videos. I think they count as VTubers. Yeah, fuck it. I'm making an executive decision. The Gorillaz are VTubers. Just how like I decided that VTubing and wrestling is the same, I have decided this as well. Everything is part of my game. My authority reaches all four corners of the map. Okay. Anyway, this choker. I think that's a decent enough shadow. Shit. Drawing the metal is going to be a bit of a pain, though. I think first I'm going to focus on, like, the tongue and such. Okay, then here. An even darker color for this part here. Then this kind of color for the teeth. It's weird. I don't think I've shaded teeth before. I don't think I've really had a reason to. This feels odd. Not bad, but odd. You know, I don't usually pay this much attention to people's mouths. Which is bad, because that usually means I'm not paying attention to what they're saying. Boy, let me tell you, that's come back to bite me in the ass a couple times. Okay. Doing some wrist stretches, taking a sip of water. How are we for time? Still got a bit to go, huh? Well, that's fine. Like I said, the jacket shouldn't be that hard. It's mainly going to be the accessories and such. Right, select, color gamut, this here. Shit, I forgot I included the skin color for that. Oh wait, hang on, I can fix this easily. There we go. Okay. There, that should get rid of metal, of all like the metal stuff. Oh wait, I missed a spot right here. Can't have that. Not to mention I missed a spot because I also didn't shade it with the purple here. Good grief. Okay. So then this is gonna kind of be like Almost like that. Long ago, I learned a secret to metal shading. One that I jealously guard with my life. That's not true. I'm about to share it with y'all right here. Okay, so first of all, I don't think we can, like, lower the saturation of this too much. We actually need it to be a little bit saturated so it stands out against the kind of cyan blue here. A little bit less. Okay, so first plan. This becomes a new kind of... Okay, hang on. I've got an idea. It's gonna be a little wonky, though. Okay, so first we... Okay... Oh, wait, I can just color pick the skin. Never mind. Hang on, I got an idea, folks. Alright, we fill it in with that. It's a slightly blander shade of metal, but that's almost necessary because we need to have that kind of higher contrast. So you can see here that it creates a slightly better, higher contrast than with the original. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do my thing here. The idea is to make a darker shape, like around the borders, kind of all running throughout the ring of metal, but particularly towards like where it would be naturally shaded. So around here, it would be very heavy. You don't need to be super clean with this step. You can clean it up a little bit later. But then you hit it with a small thing of the brighter color, right around where it kind of like would... Okay, where the light would hit, you give it a little bit of the brighter color. Hang on, I think I might be able to do it like this. Then, okay, decrease saturation on that. There we go. Yeah, the idea is to essentially make a kind of lace of different like lighting effects with it. I don't know how else to put it. Like, you're essentially creating a ribbon of darker, lighter, and the kind of original color of the piece. If that makes sense. So yeah, now for example, we'd clean it up. So we have the little darker part here. We would actually add a cleaner line of this blue right here. Yeah, there we go. It looks a little bit more metallic than it would have otherwise. Actually, a little bit more here would also do it good, I think. And then you know, that's just to kind of establish the basic shading of it. Then you can use your brain a little more. Unfortunately, this isn't 100% autopilot mode. So right around here, for example, where there would be a gash. There we go. So yeah, that creates a kind of nicer metallic effect. Then we can use those same techniques over here. Yeah, for rounded parts like this, it's a little bit different, since this one has a very clear kind of, you know, beginning and exit point. There we go. And then for this part here, I'm also going to darken that like this. Not for any particular reason, I just want to do it. And then right here on the lens. Ah, crap, I've been working on the wrong layer, haven't I? Well, that's fine, it's only the metal that's being affected. Don't mind it. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think that makes a pretty good kind of a... Hang on, I feel like I'm missing something. Maybe a small ring around the rest of it? Yeah, sure, why not? Okay, that looks good to me. Alright, then we can work on the proper shading for the camera. Okay, so right here, right now, right here, right now, right here, here, bum, 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 bum. I still love the old school music that like Fatboy Slim does. You know, I actually have a physical version of what's it called? Praise You. Like I have the physical CD of Praise You, and I really like old school techno because even though it's even more repetitive than modern techno, you know, modern techno has a lot of like very interesting sounds to it. You know, I'm not going to reduce it to just like one thing, but I do feel like when modern techno uses like repetition, it doesn't feel nearly as good as when older techno does it. Does that make me a boomer? I don't know if that makes me a boomer. I don't know boomers who are into techno music. Old school techno music, I guess. You know, like, don't get me wrong, I love EDM, but like, there's something unique about the loops used by older techno music. I don't know how to describe it. I think it's because I think they sound a lot more acoustic than modern loops. I don't know how else to put it because, you know, when you listen to Fatboy Slim songs, when you listen to those songs, even though it loops a lot and it has a lot of the modern kind of looping effects that we know of today, I feel like it's much more difficult to say, yeah, these were completely synthetic instruments. Like, everything today sounds like too clean, if that makes sense. It sounds very... I love good audio, good crisp audio as much as the next guy, but something about it doesn't feel correct. Not for techno, at least. Well, again, that's down to personal preference. I imagine there's some people who must absolutely detest old school techno because it's just way too repetitive. You know, I mean, like, I know modern techno has always had a bad rap for being repetitive. I mean, all techno has had a bad rap for being repetitive, but I feel like old school techno in particular does actually legitimately lean on repetition way too much. For better and for worse. Like I said, it's a unique sound, but at the same time, it's... well, it can get repetitive. What else should I say? Yeah, I always feel super unqualified when talking about, like, different musical scenes. I feel like I'm not sufficiently into any particular movement to be an authority on it. But I've listened to a lot of techno in my time, so I feel comfortable talking about my preferences with that. Okay, I'll use the soft eraser for this part right here. Although that being said, I found that, like, it's a very nice experience when you haven't listened to old albums that you have for a while, and you decided to give them another listen more recently, because I remember that I bought the introduction by Kira a long time ago. I think it was sometime... It must have been years now. And it's a good album. I love the album, but it sounded much different to me now than when I heard it originally. Like, I'm one of those people who, whenever they find new music that they like, play it to death. So, you know, even though I liked the album back then, I must have gotten sick of it at some point because I played it so much. Okay. Let's see. Okay, we can only go darker with this one because... yeah, there we go. Okay, so maybe... maybe the same hue, but slightly darker colors. Yeah, there we go. Because I remember these Polaroids had some kind of marking on the side here. I mean, I imagine that they must be like degree markers, like to know if you're tilting the camera too much. I'm not really a camera guy. I don't know how cameras work too well, and I'm not particularly interested in finding out. I probably will have to at some point though, because I do want to do hand cam streams, but you know, that might be a ways away. So no big rush. I can take my time. Okay. For the nails, I want to do a slight thing here. There we go. Artificially creating a light source by just using shadows. That's how you do it. There we go. Okay, then from there, we got the jacket, the shoes, and the hair. Hair first. Okay. Okay, then it's gonna kind of... this might actually be kind of easy, though, because... I was gonna say this might be kind of difficult, but I think this might actually be rather easy because of the way that the light source works. I don't have to figure out how the hair falls on itself, I just have to figure out how it would react to the light source. Okay. There we go. Andala, how you doing? How you been? Welcome to stream. How the art going? It's going pretty good. I'm happy with how it's going. Where is my Clip Studio Paint? There we go. Yeah, how have you been? Yeah, check it out. I'm very happy with how it's coming along. So far I've just got the shading to do and picking out the background. Pretty busy moving right now. Oof. Yeah, I feel that. Moving is never easy. Yeah, who knew that one human being needed so much stuff, huh? I like to think of myself as a fairly Spartan individual, but even I had a lot of crap to move back when I moved out of my college dorm. My condolences to you, but I hope I can be good company while you do so. Looks great. Thank you. You know, unless you're taking a break, in which case, you know, rest up. Yeah. I don't know. Moving is a real hassle. Honestly, I don't know if I'm going to move out of my apartment anytime soon. It's going to take at least a couple more rent raises for me to seriously consider moving. Got my other two roommates helps. It's not too bad. Ah, hell yeah, that's great. That's good to hear. It's always good when your friends can pitch in a little bit. It also keeps you from dealing. I know for me, if I have other people helping me move, it stops me from dicking around with stuff that I find too easily. Yeah. So for example, like I remember when I was moving, I remember when my family was moving before I left for university, we kept finding old stuff of mine, and I just couldn't stop like. So we had like this basement that we used as a storage unit, and I hung out down there a lot there though. Okay, so the house that we lived in before the house. Okay, the penultimate house that I lived in. This is getting complicated. The penultimate house that I lived in before I went out to move to university had a basement that we used as a storage unit. And I loved that place because, first of all, it's where my punching bag was. And second of all, because it didn't have internet, I felt like I could really focus down there. I used to love using that place for studying like biology. I used to love that place for like exercising, all that kind of good stuff. It was a great little spot for me to hang out in. Although I am worried about the quality of the air that I breathed while I was down there. Whoo-wee. Anyway, not too much though. There was a dehumidifier to make sure that nothing got wrecked because of mold. So I was pretty confident that it was not an issue. But I used to hang out there a lot. And I remember when we were moving, we actually had to empty out that basement. I don't know why I said that like it should be a surprising thing. It's really not. But we had to empty out that basement when we moved. And I remember I kept getting bogged down looking at like old crap of mine. Man. That was probably both the easiest and the hardest moving experience that I've had, because the easiest because it was very simple to kind of you know, the moving company took good care of a lot of things. But at the same time, it's the most shameless my parents have ever used me as a packing mule, because I was like already 18 at the time. So they pretty much used me like... My mom treated the moving guys better than she treated me. Which I'm not bitter about at all, but it's still very funny. Like, she was literally offering the moving guys water, and she said, Pablo, go pick up that box. It was so funny. I was happy to do it though. I love moving stuff around. I don't like exercising, but I do like working, if that makes sense. You know, I like moving my body, but I don't like having to do it like mindlessly. Like with exercise, it's just about focusing on, you know, stringing the right thing and, you know, doing that over and over and over. But with actually working, you know, like hauling boxes and stuff like that, there's a little bit of like a mental component to it too. Which is why I get less tired doing it, but I still get tired, you know. Energy spent is still energy spent. Ooh. Okay, now the jacket. This might be this might be slightly challenging actually, because I keep flip-flopping on whether or not I do like the organization part of moving. Yeah. I should drink some water. Yeah, no, this jacket might actually be more challenging than I initially thought, because I also have to think about how the light would hit it. I'm gonna just use the stomach here and the crotch and the pants zone to kind of inform how the shadows should fall. Okay. Slightly darker than that. Slightly lighter than that. That works for me. Okay. Okay. This part here is gonna kind of come down like this. Then over here. Okay. Okay, that's working pretty good so far. Then I can just erase the parts here that I don't want shaded. Okay, blend this part out. Okay, this part too. But yeah, one of the parts that I actually do like, which is a little savage about moving, is also the part where you have to figure out which clothes you want to keep and which clothes you want to throw out. I always feel like that's a bit fun for me, because unless it's like something that I really, really like, you know, or something that I like, you know, so if it's like merch, like a shirt that I bought for merchandising or something, I am pretty non-attached to the clothes that I wear. Like, I will throw those suckers out without hesitation. I know a lot of people are attached to their clothes. I'm not one of those people. I really haven't had a hard time throwing out my old or unused clothing. You know, Mary Kondo thought she was onto something. She's never met the Pablo method of cleanup. Anyway, that's way too much. I'm pretty sure she could clean circles around me. Anyway, I've never had a strong attachment to clothes, so I take a savage pleasure in knowing that I can just kiss whatever clothes I don't wear usually goodbye. So long, you pieces of shit. May you never darken my closet ever again. Yeah, like I said, that's definitely not a universal feeling. I know a lot of people are very attached to what they wear. But even so, I'm not. Hmm. Okay, then back here. Then over here. Perfect. Okay, cool. Okay, then I'll do the same thing for this part here. Then I'll add another little gap here. There we go. Hang on, that kind of bled over to the other part. Better go back and fix that. Yeah, come to think of it, I actually have a decent amount of experience moving homes. Yeah, to be fair though, I was still a kid when most of those happened, so it's not like I have the logistical aspect down. But as for the organizational aspect, whoo baby, I'm your huckleberry. I've never understood that. I've never understood that phrase, I'm your huckleberry. I was always under the impression that Huckleberry Finn was kind of bad at stuff. I'm guessing it's a more kind of broader way of saying you can depend on me. But even then, that still feels very weird. Okay, then over here. Yeah, because like, besides the Finster, I don't really know anybody with the name Huckleberry. Did I just call him the Finster? Anyway, I don't really know anybody named Huckleberry besides Huckleberry Finn. And certainly nobody was named Huckleberry after Huckleberry Finn. It's like naming your kid Nemo nowadays. Everybody would be like, oh, so you really liked Finding Nemo as a kid, did you? You know, it's going to be insufferable for that poor child. And for you, for that matter. Okay, then note down here. Okay, so... There we go. God, I cannot wait to see if somebody will actually have the balls to try and make a Huckleberry Finn, like an HBO miniseries style hardcore reboot of Huckleberry Finn, where he's reimagined as like some high school drug dealer, like how they did in Riverdale. If somebody has the balls to do that, I'm gonna be friggin' surprised. I don't even know what's happening in Riverdale anymore, and frankly, I couldn't give a damn. I used to be, I used to like be 100% ambivalent about it, and then I learned like some of the stuff that went down in there, and then I was like less ambivalent about it, and more like, oh god, not this shit again. But then I watched like this 5-hour YouTube video on it where this dude subjected himself to every single season of it, and I just have like a low background morbid fascination for it. Personally, I couldn't care less about what happens to the characters or to the narrative itself. For all I care, they can, I don't know, all explode and wake up and say it was all a dream. That's probably the cruelest thing you could say to a writing team. But I am morbidly interested in how they're going to turn this. You know, they're not so much trying to steer the Titanic away from an iceberg, so much as they're trying to fan a dumpster fire in a direction with the least amount of victims. Okay, and then down here, that's going to be another darker coat, like so. Chachucha mierda que saca. Hi, V. Fuck, that was loud. I don't know why that was so loud. Hello. Welcome to the stream, everybody. I'm sorry I swore like that in Spanish. I am Pabs, a wrestling VTuber and an artist, and today we're working on this art fight piece right here. You just came in time. I'm about to do the sleeves and then the shoes, and that's going to be wrapping it up. But yeah, hi, how was your stream? Oh right, you guys were doing superhero time, right? How did that go? Did the heroes win the day? Did they I'm gonna be honest, I'm just interested if is Daichi still around to get his ass beat? Stream was good. Hey, that's great. I'm glad to hear that. Also, if Daichi died this episode, it went normal as fuck. Hell yeah. Is that good? I was about to say hell yeah, because I normally associate normal with like being good, but like if it's I don't know how to take that, honestly. It was normal as fuck. Okay, cool. I'm also normal as fuck. I'm glad we're on the same page. Good grief. But yeah, I hope you had fun. Yeah, feel free to cool your heels here for a little bit, or you know, pop off and go eat and get some food or something. So yeah, yeah. Welcome, Raiders. Have a good time. Enjoy yourselves. All right. Okay, I should probably make this color the part here, and then use this color here for the shading. There we go. And then kind of like this maybe, right here. Perfect. Alright, then from there, sleeves. Yeah, the good news is that I put so many friggin' wrinkles onto this thing that it's actually pretty easy to figure out how the light would fall. I just need to remember that the light is coming in from this direction. Okay, let's see. Okay, lower that a little bit more. Okay. Now we're in business. Okay. So it's gonna kind of fall like this. This is gonna kind of come in like this. Cool, cool, cool. And then there we go. Okay. And then this part here too. Yeah, I think the toughest thing to remember when I'm doing this is that it's like, how do I put this? What I'm essentially shading is a flat zone. Like it's like I'm supposed to shade it flat like this while also thinking about that. Gotta head out. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Hey, yeah, thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Good luck with moving. I hope you have a good evening as well. Okay. Just gonna kind of spark in like this. Oop, missed a spot here. Ah, crap. I'm on the normal layer again. Oh well, that happens. Yeah, no, have a good evening. Okay. And that's gonna kind of come in like this. This part might be wholly shaded. Except for this little tidbit right there. Okay. That's gonna be shaded up to around here. And then it'll kind of curve like that. Okay, yeah, no, this part is going to be all dark. There we go. Okay, just kind of easing into this part right here. There we go. Cool. And we can also... no, wait, hang on. That doesn't make sense. I'd have to... Yeah, okay. Just kind of evening it out a little bit. Bit by bit would help a lot here. Okay. Oh, I see. That's part of the belt. That's why that wasn't shaded. I was gonna ask. That seems like a weird color for the hood. Or I mean for the sleeve. Okay. So this is gonna kind of curve in like this, I think. Okay, looking good. And over like that. Yeah, okay, I think this is reasonable for shading. Okay. This part here, this part here. Nice. Nice. Okay, that's going to be for that sleeve. I think I can actually expand this kind of part right here to a larger extent right here. I have that opportunity. Okay. No, that still doesn't make sense. Let's have a do-over for that. Close enough. Okay, time for the other one. Okay, I think this one would only have like this part here and this part here lit up. I can introduce some additional shadings to this one though, because I feel like that otherwise it would have confused it a little bit much. There we go. Okay. Then And right here. And right here. Just a little bit here and there, you know? No need to tip the hand with it. Let's see. And over here. Cool. Okay, that should be going like that. Alright, perfect. That, I think, makes it finishes the jacket. I'll add a couple of little, like, bits and pieces here for the zipper. You know, just a little bit so that we can move on real quick. To my one final boss, the socks. And the shoes, of course, but, you know, the socks also. The socks are attached to the shoes. It's a two-bit thing. Oh, posture check. And hydrate, thank you. Yeah. Alright, okay, this part here. Okay, so this actually tells me a lot about how I should shade the socks. You know, this leg shadow right here. Thank you, Ben, for the hydrate and the posture check. Okay, yes. 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 And then yes here. But then no here. Nope. Nope, hang on. No, that makes less sense. Hang on. No, wait. No. That can't be right. Okay. I'm with you so far. Okay. And, okay, there, we've got it. No, that doesn't look so good. Okay, redo. I will take that. And then I shall apply it over here. Okay. And over here. And over here. Wait, hang on. Hang on. No, wait. How did I... Oh, well, okay, that makes more sense, actually. Okay. And right here, too. No. That place would be fine. It would have a little bit of a shadow right here. Okay. I like it whenever whenever I have a rather weird bit of shading to do, and I essentially have to play like hot and cold with how my brain sees it. Like, maybe like this. Yes. No. Warmer. Cold. Very cold. Ice cold. Ice cold. Ice cold. Warm. Hot. Hot. Okay, you're right on it. And then, you know, that's usually what I go with. Okay. Then right here. Okay, that should do the socks just fine. Now the shoes. The shoes are going to be going to be deceptively easy. I don't fucking know. I've proven that I don't have a great sense of time management for this piece already. I'm not about to jinx myself at the home stretch. Okay. Let's see right here. cool. Then okay, we'll do two at a time. So what I do for one shoe, I'll also do for the other. Okay, there we go. And I'll also add a little bit of shading to the underside of each lace. Okay, there we go. Hard here. There we go, and this one too. Okay, then... okay, for this color. I know this is a color also for the sole, so I'm gonna have to be careful. Ah, who am I kidding? I'm gonna brute force this. Let's go! Okay. That being said, I do have an idea for how to do the sole a little bit. You know, to give it a little bit of justice to that kind of Reebok style that it's got going on. Yeah, I think this is something which would look better if I just like carve away the parts that would be hit by light and leave the rest of it shaded. Okay. And then soft eraser right here. Okay, right here. Because you're hot and you're cold, you're yes and you're no. This shading is going pretty well, actually. I'm very happy with how it's coming out. Okay, then for the other shoe, we've also got this part here. This is definitely going to have the darker shading. Okay, I'm glad I didn't forget the shading on the leg here. That would be rather embarrassing. And that just leaves this part right here. Okay, cool. Then this color here. Okay, then over here. Cool, perfect. Okay, go, 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 go. Okay, so then we can just get rid of all... Ooh, very nice. Okay, so then... Okay, the thing to do... Oh shit, I forgot that I... I think I accidentally did this on the statue on the layer where I had the statue. That's embarrassing. Hang on, let me get that guy out of there. Okay. Okay, put this all in one folder. Okay, copy and paste that. Copy and paste that again. If I forgot something, I'm not gonna go back to fix it. This is my promise to myself. Oh, it's also... Okay, so this... Okay, I'm actually quite liking this color as well. This is kind of truer to the original, though. Let me see that again. Fuck, the bone skeleton jacket. Shit, god damn it. It's always something. Alright, get back here. We ain't done yet. Okay. Freaking... Okay, you've got the ribcage. Okay, you've got like the intestines and the lungs here. So that should be easy enough to do. Just select this part here. Do that on a new layer. And use a much bigger brush. Okay, and then over here. This really does feel like I'm using a scalpel for what should be a hammer's job, or vice versa. I'll do the jacket details on top, I said. I won't forget, I said. Fucking typical, though. Classic Pap stuff. Okay. That should be good enough for, like, the stomach detail. For the stuff of the viscera. Then for the for the sleeves, I'm a little bit more worried. Okay. Oh, right. The sleeves have that weird thing going on there. Oh, wait. I can just use the original line art layer. Here we go. Okay, then I can go back and add a white-ish thing to this. It's almost like an Adidas tracksuit because of the bones, but like it's not. God, these are some really dog shit bones. Okay. Ah, no, they're serviceable. You know what? They're serviceable. The rest of this looks so sick, I bet they won't even notice. You know, I have my integrity as an artist, but I also have my integrity as somebody who likes to sleep. At least a little bit. So, this is what you get, my boy. Okay, and then this one's gonna get the normal bone treatment. And she's done. Okay. Alright. Ooh, that's good. That's good. Okay, we'll keep that. And then for the stomach thing, I like that one. Okay, let's go with this. Okay. Whew. Pat myself on the back for that one. That was a good save. Granted, I'd rather not needing to be saved at all, but, you know, it's good that you can bail yourself out of dire circumstances when you need it. It's an important life skill. Alright, let's see. Not somber shade. What about... Okay, I bet these ones will be really good for this guy. Not quite. This one's interesting. I kind of like this one, though. This one feels nice. Okay, I think this might be it. Okay, this is the color. Okay, this is the combination. Maybe we can shop around a little more though. Ooh, this one's very dramatic as well. It kind of loses some of the line art though. Pin light is interesting. Does this actually do anything? Darken doesn't really do much. Oh, this is interesting. Divide has some funky effects. Oh, I think Hue might be also really good. It's interesting, but I'm not in love with it. Okay, soft light it is. Okay, there we go. Okay, and as for the background, I already knew what I was gonna do the moment I woke up today. This one. Yes, I know I have to download it from the cloud. Just get it in here, would ya? Sheesh. I'm trying to put a material on in here, not like disarm the nuclear football. Come on. Chop chop, we're on the clock here. Okay, there we are. Okay, and that's gonna I kind of want to do a brightish red background. Actually, yeah, delete that layer anyway. The paper layer is useless and it kind of sucks. But it has its moments. Okay, then that back here. I kind of want to use like a brighter blue. I need to stop. I need to set down whatever. Hi, Corgi. Welcome to the stream, everybody. I'm Paps, a racing VTuber and an artist, and we were just about to wrap up here, actually. I'm very happy with how this piece is coming out. I set my OBS way too loud for some reason. I think it might have something to do with some Discord sound balancing I was doing earlier, and it scared the shit out of me. So sorry if I seem a little frazzled. How's the stream? How are you guys? Corgi, there we are. Yeah. Oh, the Nirvana initiative. That's fun. Yeah. How's that been going? Okay, maybe like this. We can kind of thicken those up. Maybe a little less. You know, we have to be judicious with our use of it. But yeah, I know AI, the Nirvana initiative is a lot of fun. The few clips I've seen of it from B's playthrough are a blast. Poor little Ryuki. Nothing bad ever happens to Ryuki. Okay, what about right around here? But yeah, thank you for coming by, and I appreciate you all stopping here. Yeah, okay, I think I'm gonna sign this off now. The dog. Yeah, the dog. What the dog doing? Being a very generous person and deciding to raid over. Hi, I'm free from advertisement hell now. Oh, jeez, I'm so sorry. I don't know who that is, but that looks sick. Yeah, thank you. This is Sugaryu. Apparently their name is probably just Sugar, but the user on Archway is called Sugaryu. But I'm having a lot of fun drawing this guy. But yeah, sorry you had to go through advertisement hell. I don't know if that's in my power to end these cycles. But yeah, we were just about wrapping up here, so thank you for stopping by. Okay. No, that's way too thick. Hang on, I need to... That signature is a shame to myself. There we go. If I'm gonna have my signature on my goddamn shirt, I better make it consistent, you know? Alright, there we go. Sugaryu. And save that to the art folder. Okay. I am very happy with that. Yeah, that one dragged on for quite a bit longer than I was expecting, but I am happy with the end result. Alright, let me just head on over to the just chatting screen so I can whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay. Okay, so sometimes when you click on near to the border of VTube Studio, it messes around with it a little bit. Anyway, away we go. Okay. Alright, let's see who all is doing stuff right now. Alright, let's see. Quite a few people are around, actually. We got people playing Hollow Knight. There's a game jam. Okay. Somebody's playing Power Wash Simulator. That's also interesting. Let's go say hi to Highland Skull. They're doing art as well, so I feel like it'll be a good baton pass to them. Alright, so yeah. On Thursday, I'll be doing another art fight stream, probably the last art fight stream of July, considering I don't have any more scheduled for this month. And you know, art fight ends this month as well, so by that logic... I love saying obvious stuff out loud like it's supposed to be a grand revelation. But yeah, I have another art fight stream on Thursday, and I have another Valhalla stream on the Friday. Yes, I will take care, and you guys also take care. I shall unleash you onto their stuff now. Alright, see y'all later. Bye.